Yakuza 3 is now out, and enough time has passed for most of us to get an idea of how it's like. Unfortunately, this game finds itself surrounded by a record amount of controversies that bring no shortage of arguments wherever you go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the RGG cast, where we talk about all things Yakuza slash Like a Dragon related. In today's episode, we'll talk about the many things we have to say regarding Yakuza Kiwami 3. Joining me today are Gokudoni and Frub, and I'd like to take a moment to thank Hello Guillotine as well for providing all of us with codes to cover the game. So just to make this clear from the get-go, we all got codes for the game, but we're not sponsored to play it in the typical sense where we're paid to play it. We'll say what we truly think, and if you still take issue with us playing it at all in spite of the Kagwa issue, that's fully understandable. But we would also like to make it clear that despite us playing it, that there are things about this game that we're not fans of. Having said that, I'll lastly just mention that we're going to separate K3 from Dark Ties, so Dark Ties will be covered in another episode. Now, folks, how are we doing today? I imagine we'll have a lot to say, but let's start with you, Gokudoni. How are you, and what have you been up to?
Pretty good. As of the time of this recording, we've recently had a commemorative video come out for Nier Automata, which may result in a proper sequel right now, and I'm pretty excited about that. That's pretty much the only news that has happened. I've just been playing K3 and DT, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard about the Nier news, so I guess we can expect a new game sometime soon.
I mean, even if it's just a port of Reincarnation, just please give me something Yokotaro related.
Hopefully.
It's so weird they called Reincarnation Part 3 and then you have no access to it.
Exactly. I mean, they could pull a Kingdom Hearts and just, compile all of the cutscenes and release it in a collection, but nah, This is Square Enix we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. And how about you, Frub? I know you've been playing Romeo's a Dead Man.
I've been loving Romeo's a Dead Man. For those who don't know, Romeo's a Dead Man is a new Suda game. I'd highly recommend anybody who is jaded with the current state of gaming remakes, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. Go play a Suda game. Go play Romeo's a Dead Man.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic. It's just, it's a very easy and probably the most accessible Suda game, and it's solid. But yeah, outside of that, health-related shenanigans as per usual. I spent the entire month of January very sick with the flu. So, oops.
I hope you feel the best you can as soon as you can. Being sick is not fun for anyone. So we can talk about the gameplay of Yakuza Kiwami 3. We'll kick things off with that. We have a lot to talk about. I can only hope we don't exceed the 4-hour mark with today's recording, but we'll see how that goes.
It is a fear.
It is a fear, definitely. Okay,
I'm pretty sure the last few episodes were all over the 4-hour mark. Some of them maybe even the 5-hour mark.
Yeah.
Do you remember the tier list? We had to split that into 2 sessions.
Yeah.
And even then, they were both over at least like 4 hours. Mm-hmm. We just had to cut a lot of the,
the fluff.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
We had to take a break in the middle as well.
Yeah. Which I expect will be the same today.
I'm sure there's probably some people who are wondering what our updated rankings are for some of the newer games at some point. So we should do something like that again. Yeah. But with just the newer games, not going over everything again.
Yeah.
Unless we want to change 1 or 2 things.
I'd be down for that, definitely. All right. Well, I know a lot of people might be excited to hear about. Well, I don't know about excited, but they might be eager to hear about our thoughts about the story or the cut content and all that. But I feel like we're going to start with some of the stuff that's going to be easier to nail down in terms of discussion. So we thought we'd start with the combat. We're going to go through the gameplay first, like combat, side stories, all of that, and then we'll move on to the story. There's going to be timestamps if you want to jump ahead, so feel free to make use of those as well. But for the time being, just give me your general thoughts about the combat. Let's start with you, Frub.
Yeah, it certainly feels. I was kind of surprised with Dragon and Dojima style for Kiryu being quite as it's obviously not going to ever be a full 1-to-1 because the way the Dragon engine works compared to the older engine, you can't just plop that into the Dragon engine and then change other parts of the game, like how enemies behave and just have a balanced game. But I was very surprised at how Dragon and Dojima Star was extremely more similar to Yakuza 3's original combos than I was expecting. I think there's definitely been an issue with Kiryu combat in the past in the Dragon engine not being quite as satisfying brawler-wise as obviously the older engine with like 5 and 0. But I feel like K3 hits an interesting blend. I actually quite like it. They obviously have this new like critical hit function. I've seen a lot of people complain about how like, tanky enemies are, and I feel like it's a part misunderstanding of the aura system, and also part not liking the aura system. And I can get that, but you can actually do it. You can do a lot of damage if you like break someone's aura and then carry on that combo because you get free crit hits, or if you go into your dragon heat mode. I can't remember what it's called in this game. You can get like every hit as like a crit hit there, for example. And there's some interesting ways to mix up the combat in this one. So I kind of like it. I kind of like it a lot. Now I am an OG Yakuza 3 glazer. I adore the original Yakuza 3, as you'll find out today. So I'm not someone that hates the original Yakuza 3's combat, but I quite like how this at least tries to be different without, breaking the mold too much.
Yeah, that's a fair take. And how did you find the combat to be, Gokudoni?
Going by my experience now, which I mean, it could be a subject to change in a couple of months because I haven't unlocked everything yet, but I kind of feel mixed on it. I didn't click with it to the extent that I thought. I still prefer it over something like K2 by a wide margin, but it almost comes off like K3 wasn't done by either the A team or the B team that we're now used to. I'm not sure if you heard the rumors about how apparently parts of K3's development were outsourced to a random company. So maybe that's why.
It could be.
But like, if I had to explain it in like 2 sentences, it would probably be that they're conflating combat depth with complexity. Because on paper, you have a ton of moves available, which should, in theory, mean that you have a ton of options in every single combat scenario. But when you look at the utility of plenty of these moves, it's kind of streamlined. So it comes off like they threw in a lot of stuff just to present it as like, okay, you have a shit ton to do with, but you end up with a bloated system instead. I feel like they could have cut down on some of the fluff and wound up with a stronger system. Having said that, I actually really like what they done in essence with the dragon style, but we're gonna elaborate on that a bit later, I presume.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I was gonna say, like, us getting useless moves is not even the problem per se. It's that, well, the way I feel about K3 at least is that we have a couple of useless abilities in its skill tree that's pretty limited to begin with. Like, say, for example, in Yakuza 0, you had, like, up to, well, I'm not gonna count the fourth style. We have up to 3 skill trees for each of the characters, and all of them have a whole bunch of moves you can unlock. And I still remember, well, like one ability that really just kind of stands out in my brain is in Majima's Thug style, you have this, like, back kick. I'm not sure if you guys remember it, but like if you do heavy attack, yeah, back and heavy attack, he will do just like a back kick. That's really useless. Like, you're just better off, like, I don't know, just moving around or dodging into position or just doing anything except that kick. So, like, I'm used to having useless abilities, but I feel like for me, the problem with K3 is that even though the combat feels good, like Froob said, it's that I kind of wish there was, more options, which you instead have just like bloat in the upgrade tree with the cuisine connoisseur and all that jazz, but we'll get to that soon probably. But yeah,
which is also interesting because like a lot of people don't realize the way that it's laid out. You can actually skip over certain upgrades because you have access to it from like the other path. But with the way that it's actually laid out on the screen, it is weird. Like for as thin as a tree it's not very apparent what you can do. One thing I wanted to ask the both of you actually, this is something that I've been kind of wondering about for a little bit, and I must just not be looking around as much because I feel like this is probably going to be an issue for a lot of people. I'm wondering about the both of you. The way that they did heat actions in this game and the number of them, because I feel like there's not that many.
Yep.
Yep.
Which is obviously something that like the community often goes over for Yakuza 6 with, hey, this game doesn't have that many heat moves. I feel like K3 might have less? Question mark?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I'm sure I'm wrong with that, but
100%. Like Yakuza 6, I'll give shit to because it doesn't have like the ground heat action for starters. It technically has one, but the enemy has to be stunned.
style.
Yeah,
Like
Ryukyu has one.
it's so weird. There's no essence finisher on Dragon Dojima. Like what?
I mean, more so with the Yakuza 6, you don't have a ground heat action in the typical sense. You have one if the enemy is stunned and you happen to be in extreme heat mode, which is very, very specific.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, in K3, you have one for Ryukyu style, which switching the style to do it is not like, too tiring or anything. But, ideally, both styles would have the heat action so you can just do it in whichever style that you want to. But then Yakuza 6 is also impressive in some other ways where, for example, I'll always mention this particular example, but you have the dodge heat actions where the dodge direction will actually, change how the heat action plays out.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. And then, like, it's not just a K3 issue as well, because Gaiden brought back that particular heat action, but it simplified it. Now you only have one variant, and I don't know why they did that. But yeah, definitely I'd say the heat actions were simplified / reduced, or what have you. Is there anything you guys want to say about the heat actions before we just talk about the Dragon of Dojima style as a whole?
Well, I mean, where do we even begin with that? For one thing, I'm not even sure if there is a conventional list of heat actions present in K3, because normally you would have them in either the help menu or whatever, and you can see what the actual animations are. We've had that as a standard for... I know Judgment had them. I'm not sure which games succeeding it would omit that choice. But I think both Gaiden and Pirate would have like 20 or 30 different heat actions, which to me didn't feel like as much of a downgrade as to other people, because it came off as if I have an option for every single scenario. Whereas back in the day, you would have, let's say, an iteration of a very specific heat action that plays out when you're facing an enemy from the front, and then you have the exact same heat action that is classified as a different one just because you approach them from the back. But the actual animation is relatively simple, just with some minor changes. Or how Judgment would have 17 different heat actions for friends, either throwing a plunger or a heated dish or whatever, but it's the same thing, but it's classified as a different one. And in K3, it's the first time when I feel that we had too few options. Like, theoretically, you could do everything, you could do something whenever you wanted to. But then I found myself just spamming either the one that you do from the Beast Rush combo over and over again, or the one from the Perfect Dodge or whatever. So it comes off like... Also, I'm not sure if they actually did a decrease from repeating heat actions, because it didn't feel that way either. I don't know. It's such a mixed bag for me.
I feel like
Oh
they
yeah,
did.
because I did it on
Yes, but I
standard.
feel like I only noticed it like late game.
That's why. So, like, I like what is present. I feel that I repeated the word like way too many times, but yeah, we're doing this off the cuff. It's a weird case where I believe had they had a bit more time, they probably would have put it to the amount that was present in, say, Gaiden or Pirate. It's not that I dislike what is present here, but we could have gone with a bit more. And as for the zoom ins, I can take them or leave them. I realize some people really hated them compared to the other cinematic angles for the heat actions, but that's a whole different can of worms.
And how did you feel about the transitional heat actions, Rube?
I kind of like them. I see what they're kind of going for. They're trying to make it so that they're part of your actual repertoire and not interrupt the gameplay. But they're always going to interrupt the gameplay because you have no control. So I think I agree with Gokudonian that, like, with a bit more time and a few more of them, I think it could have been a really cool system. But it's just it's a word I think I'm going to use a lot with today with K3 of just underbaked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can go with that too. I also like the idea of the transitional heat actions. I think is pretty cool, like you guys said. But yeah, like you have what maybe a total of 5 heat actions with Kiryu that work that way. So just kind of feels like they could have done more with it. Though moving away from the heat actions for now, I guess we can talk about the Dragon and Dojima style, like, as a whole on its own. And if you don't mind, I'll kick things off with this. So I'm just gonna say, starting things off, like the mixing of old Dragon of Dojima with the new one worked surprisingly better than I thought it would. Like with the animation, like transitions and how it looks and how it feels. Like a lot of the hits in this game have quite a bit of oomph to them, and I like that. The classic double finishers as well feel great, like the hammer blow or the kick to the I don't know what you call it, like the wheel kick going down and all that. It feels pretty good. He also has the Yakuza 5 dropkick, which is an oddly specific choice. I kind of wish he had the Yakuza 6 one, but maybe that would have been overkill.
I think he's overpowered in 6 so much.
Yeah.
Good. Keep it.
And then something I talked about in one of my latest videos is one issue that I have with this style is that what they've done with the grab and the outcomes of the grab. You start without having like a heavy attack outcome for the grab. You have to unlock that. But then when you unlock it, you find out it's a throw, much like or similar to the throw that you already have at the beginning, just kind of a different flavor on it. It's an outlier because I don't think they've ever done this before. Because when you grab and do heavy attack, you're used to doing heavy attack, but now you start with doing nothing, and then once you do get something, it's just like a throw. Which I mean, it's not a horrible option, mind you, but like it's just odd. Like it makes you think like, what was the thought process behind this?
Similar to you, the amount of times I grab an enemy and just press triangle, they just break out my grab immediately. It was just like, all right, all right, cool. But also, I feel like the light combo was underbaked on professional as well, because I feel like even if you were to start the light combo, like half the time the enemy would just break out and attack you back. Like,
oh yeah.
And how did you guys feel about the 5th rush combo that they added?
Exactly. Exactly.
I actually thought it was surprisingly solid. A lot of the time, not always, but a lot of the time, my attacks would actually land. I don't know if it has some kind of like hyper armor breaking, magnetism as well. But sometimes it felt like it staggered enemies more often than not, and that was pretty nice actually. So that was a plus for it.
That's also something I want to talk about, like the combat. Before we do go ahead any further, how do you two feel about the strong attacks that give like the wind effect or the ground breaking effect? Did you think that was cheesy, corny? Did you like it? I kind of liked it because I feel like it gave it a little bit of like impact.
Yeah, it gave it a lot of oomph, especially on the Tiger Drop. Like, dear God, what they've done with it.
Yeah, I think the Tiger Drop in this game is probably one of the best in the franchise.
It's the Miyazato Tiger Drop.
Oh yes, the Miyazato secret technique, of course.
Nah. Jesus, nah. Well, let's leave that for later. I have like a vendetta against all of the filler there. Like nothing against the actor, but like, dear God, we had Komaki in 0, K1, K2, half of the games, including Bloody Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise. This is not your move, good sir.
Yeah. Can you believe Fist of the North Star was more faithful to Komaki than K3? God damn. Like, just think about that for a second.
Oh, my boy. They massacred my boy. But like, yeah, as far as I realize there's always this, especially since, the fated leaving of Nagoshi, there's always this whole, well, are they being less grounded than they used to? Or rather, are we reaching the point where it's getting too silly? As far as the win stuff and everything goes, this is combat we're talking about. Stuff being out of the ordinary is kind of a given. Let's remind ourselves of something like Saejima he's breaking the ground in one of his ultimate heat actions and exploding people around him. I think a bit of wind isn't going to make a difference, but it looks cool.
Don't forget, in the story segment in the prison escape, he just breaks like this massive pipe off the wall and handles it like it's nothing.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's legitimately some
Yeah.
of the shit that Conda does in K3, but we'll get to that later.
Yakuza 5, when it wants to be, it just goes wild. That's why I respect Yakuza 5 a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah?
it goes all out no matter what anyone says.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
It dreams.
Dreams big.
Wait, yeah. Let's just quickly get back to Dragon Style because I'm not sure if this was
Yeah.
just a me thing or a default one.
Mhm.
So I like the fact that they brought in a lot of the classic moves because I saw my old muscle memory kick in. But I feel that the utility of many of those moves isn't there. You know how the gut punch, so square, square, triangle, would normally crush an enemy to go by like fighting game terminology. But here it would just push them back, slightly stagger them, and that's about it. So you wouldn't keep comboing them. Or
Mhm.
how the default guard break, the one that everyone spammed in OG3,
Yeah.
it's not a default guard break now, but it's kind of a launcher, but only when you charge it up. So it's like they clearly switched out a lot of the properties, but it always came off as if you just have a different means of dealing damage rather than having a very particular strategic use in which rush combo you're using, as at least as far as Dragon Style goes. So like I enjoy what is there on a fundamental level, but when you look beyond that, it's kind of what did they think with this? Did they want to focus more on held attacks or what? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. I think like obviously the gut punch, which I think a lot of the no hit Yakuza free community will attest to, can be used as like an almost true infinite in a lot of places. We
Yep.
use it in the speedrun a lot to just infinite Tamashiro. Like it's as
Oh
simple
yeah,
as
the
that.
corner.
Yeah, and it's one of those things of just it's it needed to like it needed to not be that busted and like broken, but it does with the difference in the Dragon engine. It's kind of nice to have it, but it doesn't feel like you can capitalize on it. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
like kind of like you say, they don't crumple as much. It kind of just pushes them back. Which, speaking of pushing back, this is something actually for Dragon and Dojima combat that I am wondering about for you too. How absolutely useless is the parry? Like when you parry an enemy and you throw them away further than your combo range, and they recover quicker than you can get to them again. Why?
I am not gonna lie to
Yeah.
you. I was about to give a shout out to some abilities I forget existed, and that's one of them.
Oh my god. I mean, for some of them it works, but with the case that you brought up, sometimes it feels like no amount of magnetism is gonna fix that. You would need to have like what I usually refer to as serpent trick ups, where you can literally teleport when you're using serpent in Gaiden next to the enemy, or
Mhm.
something like the well held circle input for Mina, where he just depending on the distance really teleports to the enemy. But here it's
Yeah.
like as far as spacing options go, it's not as versatile as you would imagine it to be.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and do that shout out that I was gonna do. So one of the abilities I always forgot existed is the heavy attack agent combo.
Oh no.
I know people memed about that because like what the fuck is agent doing here? But legitimately, even setting that aside, I forgot that was a thing in the game, so I never did it. And another ability that I kept doing by mistake, I didn't even want to do it. I just keep reminding myself by accident that it's in the game. Is not the hold heavy attack combo, but the normal one. Like you do heavy attack twice, I think, and you do like a kick into another kick. I also,
Right.
yeah, I forget that exists, and I just do it by mistake when I want to do a tiger drop or something. Yeah. And I'm trying to think of like other abilities that I either used or forgot about, but at the moment, I am not sure I can think of anything. Well,
Maybe
this
the beast
is
grab.
the beast. Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
breaks
Yeah.
bosses' guards, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one problem with that. Actually landing it is a major pain in the ass.
When it came to
Yeah.
grabs on bosses because their aura, like when they were in their aura, what I would do is like dodge behind them and wait for their attack to end and then just grab them from behind. That felt like the only
Exactly.
way sometimes. Like,
I
and then
gotta
we
give
come
that
back
a
to the
try.
problem of not having a triangle attack, and then oh god,
Yeah.
the boss is broken out already.
Jesus Christ. It feels like they wanted to. This might just be again a gut instinct thing, but how in the case of Gaiden and Pirate, or even something like the original Judgment, you always had the idea that one of the styles was designed specifically for single target damage, the other one for multi-target damage, even though if you're good enough, you can make both of them work in both situations. But here it felt like instead of going that approach, they wanted both styles to have a utility that will be the opposite. So in the case of, let's say we call Dragon style the single target one, they threw in the Agent Rush combo to give him kind of better crowd control options. Or in the case of something like the Ryukyu style, you have the nunchuck attack or something to that effect. But again, until you really upgrade it, because there's one that increases the area of effect for the agent combo, it didn't feel as useful, apart from, I think, the first attack being a critical by default. So yeah.
I didn't notice that, but
It's yeah, I was gonna say it's very funny you say that. I'm gonna upload a video real quick into the voice chat. This is the
Ooh.
Ryukyu style stuff. This is a speedrun strat. The AI in this game is a bit dumb. If you break line of sight, they all just run at you. And that's what you can do.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
So
actually cool.
The AI is a little stupid, which I also think doesn't help too much. I think that it's obviously a lot less obvious when it comes like a one-on-one fight or like a boss fight or something like that. Because like I'm actually, and we'll get onto it obviously later, but like there's actually some boss fights that I actually quite like in this compared to the original. I think they do some really cool things with, but yeah, normal enemy AI is a bit stupid.
Well, on the topic of enemy AI being stupid, I came across a video. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it and show it on the screen, but if you taunt, it can break enemy AI into just standing still, apparently.
Oh, if you're carrying a weapon, it will just stun them for a while, and then they'll reset after a while. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, it might be, at least as far as this whole camera stuff goes, it's a pretty well-known fact in the DMC community where enemies off camera aren't aggroed onto you unless they already started an attack animation. So it would help you out on some of the higher difficulties. But here it just looks silly more often than not because of the way that the camera functions. Yeah.
Yeah. I will give a shout out to, again, the fact that there's a taunt and it not only enrages enemies, but you get some heat from it as it's supposed to be. So that's good.
It functions.
It functions. Yes.
And there is a heat attack that is actually applicable to taunting as well, which is nice.
Ooh, nice.
It's nice, but I have a thing or two to say about that one.
Yep. I thought so, yep.
So, as our viewers probably know, the essence of, what was it called? Essence of Terror, I think, in the original? Something like that. The one you learned from the lady who distributes tissues as a revelation.
Yes. Yeah.
So
because they cut it off. Yeah.
So they bring that back here for Dragon style, but the last bit where you like grab an enemy's hand and attack them is gone for some reason. Like I don't know what's up with that. There's a whole lot of things with K3 that kind of feel that way. Like it's kind of there, but it's also chopped or just I don't know. Like I don't know what happened. Like the more I try to think about it, the more I'm just like, yeah, I don't know why they did this. I have no explanation. Like,
wait,
was it?
Well, we're
no. I was just gonna say, like, was it? Were they afraid that was the last hit gonna make the Dragon Engine freak out or something? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the Dragon Engine. Maybe they wanted to avoid Beyblades.
Maybe.
Oh god. Yeah, it's like I said to obviously you two when coming into this podcast is that I don't want to be like massively overly negative to this game because there is stuff in here that I do like, but for every step forward, it does like feel like 3 to 4 steps backwards. It's weird. Like,
don't worry, I'm not gonna leave. Not gonna leave the negativity to you. That's probably gonna be on me. But I'm also gonna try to praise the game where it's due.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Sorry, Gakudon, you were gonna say something?
Well, on the topic of what we just brought up, part of why all of these things will feel like greater issues than they are to an average player is because, well, we played all of these games extensively and we have 20 plus Yakuza games. It comes back to that one comment of someone saying, I don't get the whole hostility towards K3, putting aside the casting and everything. And someone asked them, did you play the original? And then they were like, no. Well, there you have it.
Yeah. This is something that I want to like bring up later. But I do wonder if the backlash is bigger this time because the vast majority of players is obviously like, you know, us who have played like the originals, like OG1, OG2, before K1, K2, and less so for OG Ishin and Lad Ishin. But we've been here with the Kiwamis before. We were expecting cuts, but for the majority of the community who haven't unfortunately had the ability to play the originals, and obviously didn't see the sweeping changes to K1, K2, this is the most of their first experience of, oh, this is a Kiwami.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
This one as well, the reason why we're quite upset about it is it feels more, I don't want to use the word butchering, but it feels like more has been extensively changed here than in the other Kiwamis.
Mhm.
Especially that Ishin, which that's just Ishin in Unreal and a couple of quality of life things.
I came across.
I think.
I
Yeah,
was
go.
just gonna say, I came across a comment, I think, on one of my videos where someone said, "Man, I played Resident Evil 4 remake and then I played Kiwami 3, and I was just not the same person after that." Because, like,
It's a good thing it wasn't Resident Evil 3 remake.
I was just
oh
about to say
god,
that.
oh
Yeah.
god, please
Why
no.
are the 3 remakes cursed? Yo, hold on.
Yeah, just wait for Drakengard 3 remake. It's gonna be the weirdest one of all.
Please,
Oh
for the love of God.
Trails in the Sky Third.
No, I was gonna say, please don't curse that game too, please. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Resident Evil 3 and now this. Maybe there's another third remake that I can't think of that also got screwed over, but yeah.
Well, Silent Hill 3 at some point, no doubt. I think I'm just a masochist because, like, as much as I just complain about Resi 3 remake and like I'm complaining about this 3 remake, I still think they're okay. Like, they're not a candle to the originals, and that's the big problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even. I realized that there was a lot of stuff cut, but around the time when I first played RE3 Remake, I wasn't that familiar with OG3. I just know that Under the Mayo did a very extensive list of, oh yeah, the clock tower was cut and so on and so forth. To me, it was just that RE3 didn't click with me. Maybe it was the writing or the over excessive swearing. But the moment we switched to Carlos, and I'm not even opposed to Carlos as a character, I just dropped the game for over a year. I'm like, yeah, maybe some other time. But then I reached a point where he was just talking to a door for like an hour, but that was funny.
And it's so weird because, as you obviously know now, the Carlos bit in OGI 3 is like 6 screens. Like,
exactly.
It's so small.
Yeah.
God. I think a lot of this, going back to Yakuza 3, in a lot of ways, knowing what we know about the subsequent Yokoyama quote of potentially doing an alternate continuity, a lot of this could have been avoided if, number one, they didn't soft delist Yakuza 3, and number two, if they didn't call K3 K3, but I don't know, alternate 3 or something to that effect.
Shin Yakuza 3.
Oh yeah, I thought about that too, but then Yakuza 7 was originally referred to as Shin Yakuza, and it's like, or rather Shin Ryuga. Oh god.
Legitimately, I would be open. Like, I think I talked about this in some of my streams, but I legitimately was like, you know what? I would be down with like an alternate reality game where things just are really different. Like, say for example, we get a reboot of Yakuza 1 where Kiryu goes to jail and you play as Nishiki. Like, it's a completely different take on the story that I think would be refreshing and not necessarily canon, unless Yokoyama, of course, is like, okay, no, we're going with this, but we'd have to worry about that when we get to it. Yeah, I also think K3. It's like I don't know if I should say it should have just been made into like a whole alternate reality thing and just been marketed as that, because I feel like that might have been trickier to market as just like, oh, here's a remake, guys. Well, that aside, do you guys have anything to say about Dragon of Dojima before we move on to Ryukyu style? Because I think I'm out of things to say. Like, it's fun, but it's definitely missing stuff.
Oh yeah.
The actual like Dragon Heat mode is like still quite strong in this game because it gives you like crit hits on everything, which can help against like enemies that have buffer or even. But I also like how it's not massively overpowered in this game. Like, it's still strong, but like your EX mode in previous like RGG games has been like massively busted, and there's like I quite like how it like has a different move set to it, you know, just slightly. Like, you can actually mix things up with it quite nicely, so I do like that. But outside of that, yeah, it's just it's more refreshing than I thought it would be, despite the fact that it holds on to a lot of the OG Yakuza 3-isms.
On that topic, I'm gonna say a good thing about Extreme Heat Mode, or whatever it's called for Dragon, and also a bad thing. One good thing is that when you do the bounding throws, like they break through hyper armor or whatever freaking armor that the boss can come up with. So that's
Yep.
good. But on the other hand, it's more automated. Like instead of doing the usual input, it happens one input earlier, I think. It kind of
Yeah.
feels weird.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they wanted to do there, but just the idea that bounding throws are relegated to extreme heat mode, I think is not the best, especially in K3 where, you know, you have the classic bounding throws that people are more like they love that more than the, you know, the dragon engine bounding throws, because a lot of those, for me at least, I didn't use them that much, like in K2 or Yakuza 6. They're not useless, but they just feel weird. So it's kind of sad to see that they brought the classic ones back here, only for them to be like automated and kind of switched around. Like, you know, I'm sure you guys noticed, but the previously light attack, heavy attack, grab, bounding throw is now, I think, the 5th one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pushed all the way back.
Yeah, like I'm not sure what's up with all of that. You know, sometimes they will switch things up in a good way, but other times it just kind of feels like they throw things at a wall and see like what sticks.
Yeah.
It goes back to that one quote by Yokoyama. I'm gonna paraphrase it here, but basically, I'm pretty sure someone could play through this game with an upside down controller and like I don't know, like they could play through it blind and they will be just fine. And yeah, it feels that way. Or that one quote
Hmm.
about Shenmue 3 specifically: if you press buttons, something meaningful will happen. It feels like this is the game for that.
Well, speaking of something meaningful, how do you guys feel about the dragon finisher?
Oof. Oh wait, one nitpick.
Mhm.
It's, you know how this is gonna sound like a jump, but Amon, he has this a couple of weird phases where he will either teleport while shooting at you, or does that one thing where he stands in the middle of the arena and shoots out a tornado. You can't use the finisher on him while that animation is playing out. That annoyed me.
That's weird.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a glitch or what, or if it's just an uninterruptible, but it's like my meter is running out and he's still spinning his thing. I don't know. Maybe I had to interrupt it sooner, but yeah.
Funnily enough, I actually haven't done the ML fight in this game.
Same.
Usually I very much rush through or I do all the side content in my casual playthrough, and I'm like one sub story off, and I know where that sub story is, and we'll be talking about that later.
Mhm. Mhm.
I think
Definitely.
I will give them this. I think this time, kind of similar to, I believe, Yakuza 6, you don't need to do every sub-story to unlock him. I think now it's either just the Colosseum or maybe the Colosseum and the Reapers, because I also done the Reapers at that point.
I've done the Reapers in full, but not the Colosseum. So if it is one of those, then it's probably Colosseum or both, as you say. But I've
Yeah.
definitely done all the Reapers. So
Yeah, same.
because the
Interesting.
original, we actually had this conversation, and as the guy who has done like 4 Yakuza 3 all sub stories runs, I really should know this. For Amon in the original, it's all sub stories, and then it's all of the inner fighter, isn't it?
What? That
I think
too.
That's the
so.
part I can't remember.
I
Yeah,
think so, because it ties in, yeah.
Yeah, because you go over to Kamaki and find him knocked out in his alleyway, and or
Yeah.
Minamita even in his alleyway, and yeah,
Mhm.
one
Yeah.
of them. Yeah. So yeah, like I guess it's like a thing of, and like in general, like the combat as well, of like with the series becoming a lot more accessible, and trying to be more appealing towards a bigger general audience. Do you feel like they've dumbed things down?
Yeah, but
Yes.
this time it's a bit too much. Like you could say
Mhm.
that for Gaiden and Pirates, you could say that to an extent. But I feel that if you spend enough time with those, at least Gaiden, if you spend enough time with it, you will find really cool advanced tech that you can abuse. But in the
Yeah.
case of this one, maybe it's just the fact that it's still pretty early on. A lot of it just, I don't know, it feels like it's tailor made for a beginner audience, whereas intermediate and advanced are just let out to dry. And
Mhm.
it shouldn't be that way because there's such a simple solution to this. DMC5 or DMC3 even, I believe, figured it out by adding in easy automatic. Wait, actually
Yeah.
DMC1 also did that, I think. Just if you want to just press buttons and have cool shit happen, you can do that with that setting and then leave everything else, like I don't know, adequate guard breaks or bounding throws being with the proper input. Leave that for a regular playthrough or average player to be there.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is also double weird when we have the assisted option now, which I will say, like when you start on beginner in Gaiden, it's on by automatic, you don't get a choice. But at least with Pirate Yakuza in this game, it asks you, do you want to manual your combos? Which obviously most of us do, and it starts, defaulted to manual, so I do appreciate that a lot.
I never thought about how redundant it was that they simplified the combat so much and they still ask you like if you want to simplify it even more.
Yep.
God. I mean, it goes back to because there was a number of people from RGG that spoke on this. I believe Nagosha was the first one, but he just said our core demographic are older Japanese salarymen, individuals that don't have that much time to play games.
Yep.
So we wanted to feel good, but not be as complex as a fighting game. But then, Yokoyama also spoke on this and Horii spoke on this. Maybe it's more so the fact of, I believe Horii mentioned how they always balance the combat around the worst player in the studio, which by his own admission at this point in time would be him. So maybe that's why.
Maybe. Who knows? Before we get too sidetracked, let's move on to the Ryukyu style. So how do you guys feel about the Ryukyu style?
Jumping us a bit to jump in. That's probably, for me, a good summation. I think for the majority of my playthrough, like at least half of it, I had the phone antenna that did more damage in Ryukyu style. But so basic, no fucking hell. Don't know if that came out on the microphone. So basically, Doggo's running around with stuff. So basically, what was I going to say? Basically, my Ryukyu style was doing more damage than my Dragon and Dojima style, so I have to kind of think about how I preface this with the fact that my damage was a bit skewed. But with Ryukyu style, I feel like it's a lot of utility. Like, I didn't vibe with it well in the demo. I vibed with it a lot more in the full game because, one, they give us an actual move list as soon as you gain access to the style, which I do kind of appreciate. And it even said, hey, you can use this to knock an enemy in the air or knock an enemy on the ground. Like, that's really nice, actually. Kind of like that a lot. But apart from, it has a stun, it has a bleed, but the bleed doesn't feel like it does much. Like, it's there. Cool. The stun, useful, decent. Feels like you'll never get it off against the boss. Cool. All right.
Let me ask you this: do you feel like the guard break with the grab button actually does much, or not really that much? Okay.
No, it's so slow that it misses them half the time, so they can re-guard.
Yep.
Yeah.
What about the other tools? Like the good thing about the blade attack, I guess, is that I think it goes through guards. Does it not?
Normal guard, yes.
Okay. Crowd control also is pretty good with this style in general. You have the I don't know what it's called, but I think when you hold Y or triangle, you bring out like this big stick, and you can like attack multiple enemies with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the paddle.
I use that a lot.
Yeah.
It's got pretty good damage on it. Like it's pretty decent.
The one that I use the most.
For juggles.
Sorry, say that again.
Also sold for juggles, but we're gonna get into that later.
Oh
yes. Yeah.
The one option I used the most still was the hold B or hold grab. It's just too damn good. Like, just clear the boss in the room or like any gun enemies. Or if you have that one upgrade, gun enemies can stay. Just hold B and you clear the whole goddamn room.
Oh yeah. Especially in Bad Boy Dragon, it ruins the early game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think it's a bad thing per se. I do like having just options. Like, this is an option. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. Though I'm still trying to think if I like the idea of Ryukyu style over just having an equipment system to begin with. Because like integrating equipment into one style, I think is pretty neat as an idea. And I think my favorite weapons in this style is like the brass knuckles, the guard breaking one. Just like the idea, not the execution, because it feels pretty goddamn slow. But yeah, you have that. You have the dual, what are they called? The mini scythes, the blades.
Yeah.
I think those were cool as well. The nunchucks were decent, but I didn't use them as much as I thought I would. I think most of the weapons have a heat action to them as well. The heat action of the brass knuckles I thought was nice, but there was this audio desync that you guys may have noticed. Have you?
Small one, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do like it, all things considered. And unlike Dragon and Dojima, instead of like doing normal dodges, you do like a dodge roll with this style. So that's something worth noting. Can you taunt with this style? I can't remember.
I want to say no, but I might be wrong on that.
Same. I am not sure.
I honestly can't remember. I've gotten out of the habit of taunting unless I'm in Dragon style.
Yeah, same. They also encourage you to use the style if you want to block against weapons in general or bullets. I think at one point you'll be able to deflect bullets with the shield, which is pretty neat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was really cool in the final one, where there's a lot of gun-wielding enemies, the final long battle.
Yeah.
I should have used it there, but I haven't, unfortunately. I can't really think of much, to be honest. Like, it has some general, like, really neat weapons that it, integrates into the style. But would it be inaccurate to say that even though you have all these weapons, you can't do too much with it?
Yep.
Yeah.
But overall, would you guys say...
It's just, like I said, a lot of utility and a lot of setup and not really much depth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I would agree with that, yeah. So, would you guys say... okay, well, it doesn't sound like we love it, but would you guys say that maybe you like it?
I enjoy it. I think it's a decent addition. Like, it's not going to be in any other game, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
for what it is,
Mhm.
it's decent. It's different enough, obviously, from Dragon and Dojima style. Like, it's refreshing. Maybe not from what we lost, missed you, Yonoshiro. But yeah, no, it's a neat way of having a little bit of culture of Okinawa with all the different weapons and stuff,
Mhm,
and just
definitely.
a little bit of a nice kind of throwback to that, and then just
Mhm.
it's just there.
Agreed.
It
Yeah.
also feels like a nice continuation to K2 specifically, because we have spoken about this a couple of times, but with how the pure beat 'em up combos aren't really that good and feel like a downgrade over Yakuza 6 even, but the weapon-based combat is really good in K2. And so to have
Yeah.
a proper weapon-based style in K3 for people that may go the route of 0, K1, K2, K3 would be a really cool thing.
One thing about the combat, how do you both you feel about being rewarded with obviously a upgrade in the skill tree for doing that style of combat specific action in terms of either dodging with Dragon and Dojima style or blocking with Ryukyu style and getting like a slight attack upgrade or attack up, I should say. Do you like that? Do you think it's not enough of an upgrade? Like it doesn't do that much, or
I have two things to say to that. One of them is, honestly, I kept relying on the Dragon and Dojima dodge more than the Ryukyu block because it just felt more natural to me. And second of all, why the hell is the perfect dodge stuff in like almost in the middle of the tree? I didn't like that.
yeah.
Like, they tell you about this very early in the game, and it kind of reminds me of Kiwami 1, where they tell you about the finishers only for them to take them away from you.
Yep.
Oh, that's
It's so stupid. But other than that, setting the, what do you call them, logistics aside, setting that aside, the moves themselves, I like the idea. I mean, would you say Lost Judgment introduced these? I think it was Lost Judgment, right?
Yeah, with the charge attacks on Tiger giving you more damage, dodging on Crane giving you more attack speed, and Snake giving you essentially hyper armor question mark. I should know, but I've forgotten. Smell?
Wait, slight correction. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say K1 did it with the time for blank skills? Time for destruction, time for whatever the other names are.
Well, if you want to be really theoretical, yes, probably.
Yeah. Because when I think of, specific benefits from every single style, I immediately think to K2. LJ did it fantastically, but it's just, I much prefer the way K1 did it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I haven't messed around with that system.
To be fair. Yeah. You can do some really cool stuff with that, yeah. I have forgotten about that.
You can.
Yeah, Godspeed combos.
Godspeed feels so good. Or you could do, what was it called? Time for Destruction and just kill everything in one Tiger drop.
Yeah, everything explodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just turn the whole game into like a Dragon Engine game.
Oh, wait,
Um,
one question. The
mhm.
the prominent, the infamous thing that is continuously brought up. What's up with the juggles in this game?
Oh god. Yeah.
Like, I had to bring it up, but like I can't tell if it's like an inconsistency on the game's part where sometimes enemies will drop after 2 attacks and sometimes it would just be normal because it wasn't the case in Dark Ties.
Yeah. I I feel like it's intentional because like you'll get 2 hits into your combo and they'll just drop like a stone.
Yeah.
Which
Mhm.
wasn't the case in stuff like Gaiden. People did drop quite fast in Gaiden, but you can keep them in the sky by just doing a quick step strike, and then you can just go back into obviously doing the rest of your combo and juggling some more, quick step striking again, blah blah blah. But
Mhm.
Exactly.
with K3, you have no way to keep them in the air outside of your normal combo, and like you say, they just seem to randomly drop.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah,
it's
and it's
weird.
not consistent. That's the weird thing, because sometimes it
No.
would last normally. So I'm not sure if it's the input, if I need to switch styles at a very specific part of the rush combo or whatever, or if it's just a case of that everyone enjoyed juggling in some of the games, but given that people were less receptive to the limitations in Gaiden and Pirate, they're like, let's drop it and have people focus on back attacks due to critical hits and everything. But at that
Yeah.
point, it's like, why have them present in the first place if you're gonna go in the other direction? Because at least in Gaiden, you
Yeah.
could still be creative with it.
That has me
Yeah.
feeling all kinds of ways because when you said, "Oh, let's drop like the juggling so they can focus on the normal combat," also reminds me of them potentially simplifying heat actions and like for what? Not just heat actions, the heat system in general, like even down to the
Ah,
UI. I don't know.
I was gonna say, I know obviously they're not here today, but shout outs to two heat bars.
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah,
Good direction. Hey, there's praise for you.
Hmm.
More
also
please.
heat generation. Yeah, it's also pretty good in
Yeah,
K3.
Hmm.
yeah, agreed. Yeah. Yeah, they actually like took on some feedback and actually genuinely learned from that. Also, the interesting thing is with your heat actions in K3, there isn't the usual slowdown after you use like like your first heat action where you have to wait
Yes.
like 2 seconds or so. You can just
Yes.
Right.
do another heat action,
I like
which
that.
Yep.
that's
Yes.
cool.
It
Yeah,
is very reminiscent of I think pre Yakuza 5 that was a thing.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Starting Yakuza 5 onwards for a few games, they had a delay. Yeah. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I appreciated that change because, with the two heat bars, you can just use two heat actions back to back. And sometimes I think I made use of it. So that was nice.
yeah. And it was also nice again that the crit hits tie into generating a bit more heat as well. Like
Mhm.
just more
Mhm.
like they've got good systems in there in K3. They just all need to be fleshed out a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah. I meant to also praise like this whole like, prioritizing attacking enemies from the back. It feels very reminiscent of OG3. I like it in
Yes.
theory. Like
Yep.
they want you to do that. They want you to focus on crit attacks to maximize your
Yeah.
damage and all that. Um, but then like we said, it kind of feels odd in some areas because you don't unlock the perfect dodge bonuses, for example, until a bit later. Uh, and I guess I also might take this chance to talk about just a little bit about the aura system. I like that in theory. They're acknowledging this hype armor system instead of it just being random. Uh, they're making it a whole thing this time. You have to like attack the boss enough, like potentially just chip damage at the boss until they get out of this heat state, and then you can like do big damage on them basically. Now, the one problem I had was that even though this happens, they still have hype armor if you attack them enough. But Froob said you can still kind of get around that if you basically play your cards right and do the right combos to try and reduce the probability of having to deal with hype armor. So
Hmm.
there's something to consider as well. Um, is there anything like the two of you would do to improve that whole thing, like the aura system, out of curiosity?
Well, you can start it in the second phase of the fight. Like, treat it
Yeah.
as if it's just a heat mode. It would be pretty, I don't know. Because at this point, if you're a beginner to the combat, you're probably just gonna slowly pick away at the enemy, not realizing certain attacks do more to break the aura. It's just a repeat of Blokuza again, because people are like, I'm not sure why this isn't working or why this is going so slow. It's just in a different form.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Would you guys
Yeah,
say?
it's
Yeah,
like
sorry,
they
go
want
on.
you to be more methodical with it, like a
Mhm.
bit slower paced.
Yeah.
So I
And
think second phase would be great. And also like I don't know what difficulty you two played on, but like when I did the game on professional difficulty, if you weren't doing, perfect back attacks, etc., most of the early to mid game bosses, you would break the aura just before the mid fight QTE or the deadly attack, and they just get their aura back immediately.
Yeah.
So
it's a similar thing. In my case, I was on standard, but I also experimented with professional after that. So I think that's a consistent thing. Maybe it's different on beginner. Damage output.
All right.
They kind of fixed it.
Yeah, we can talk about that now. So the damage balance in this game really feels improved compared to the other Dragon Engine games, and that includes the Judgment games, where you can upgrade yourself to the point where one heat action is going to erase a boss. In this game, it's not like that. I had almost all the attack upgrades personally near the end. I was just missing 4, and I still spent a good amount of time fighting Mine. I thought that fight was done well.
Yep.
All things
I really
considered.
like that fight.
Yeah.
Same.
I imagine though, if you do New Game Plus, you might decimate everything at the beginning, but that kind of makes sense. But I don't know. I haven't played New Game Plus yet. We'll have to see how that goes.
I'm just glad they added New Game Plus again. No silly
Same.
paywall. Appreciate
Same.
it. Thank you.
Same. One shout out as well to an ability. You have the Fortify Found Weapon upgrade. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like and every weapon starts with, instead of the usual 3 hits in the Dragon Engine, actually 4. So it becomes 5. So it's actually pretty good.
It is. It is. I like to do my crowd control in Dragon of Dojima with the bikes as usual, so that's huge for me.
Yeah.
What other abilities can you think of that are great? I guess I can also mention this one. The Ryukyu style's group heat action, so each style has one. Unfortunately, Dragon of Dojima has the chopped returning one. But the Ryukyu style has a whole new one. Like, it's made for the style, and it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the animation. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually,
Shouts to Cuisine Connoisseur.
no. No.
Oh,
No.
Lord.
All 3 of Cuisine Connoisseur.
Not on my watch.
And
Dude, I had
that
someone-
late in the tree. Yeah.
I had someone.
Can I have another moan about how
go.
RGG does numbers in their games? I get why it's like this. Why the health actions plus 35,000 health recovered, but heat restorative things are plus 20% heat recovery? Why can't we just have this as a fixed percentage for the health stuff? What does plus 35,000 in this case mean? Like, I know we get more, HP as the game goes on, but there's no status screen that tells you Q's HP is like 55,000. So, I'm sorry, but what the heck is plus 30,000? Just say like plus 60% HP. You do it for the literal heat action stuff or the heat regain stuff. Like, why?
Yeah.
Makes no sense.
Is it because it's not a fix? Because you can argue that the actual heat bar doesn't get extended. It's just 2 heat bars next to each other, whereas heat actually expands. So they didn't want to fix the percentage. But that also wouldn't make sense, because if it's just a fixed percentage, it wouldn't matter. Yeah,
I'm guessing it's Cuisine Connoisseur, because Cuisine Connoisseur will heal you more when you get it. Heck, you Cuisine Connoisseur, you're the worst.
So that's the reason. God damn you!
I had a really funny comment, I think, on the latest video that just said, the Cuisine Connoisseur guy must be stopped.
It's Tatsuya. It's Chef Tatsuya. He's out for revenge.
You didn't go to all my restaurants in Yak Survive, Kiryu.
How dare you drink water without paying it?
Oh god, the deep cut.
Oh dear.
Yeah. If anyone knows, you're an OG.
Oh dear.
There's one more thing I have to say about the upgrades before we move on to Miyazato's training, and that is, I kind of miss being able to upgrade your heat gain like passively, and also the defense. I think that should have been still a thing. It was nice to have.
Yeah.
Especially because in this game you don't have the equipment system. You have like the charm system, sure. So this would have been all the more reason to include this.
No.
But yeah, other than that, I think that's going to be all for the upgrades and the damage balance as well.
I think in essence, like comparing it to the original, it's absolutely inadequate, the amount of upgrades you get and the upgrades you get, which I guess is just the problem with this as a whole, as a remake, is that obviously the point of comparison is the original. So
Yeah.
it's easy to say, hey, it's fine for what K3 is, and it is fine for what K3 is, but it's based off of the game that it's coming from, and that's the issue. Like,
Exactly.
we lose a lot, which is something we're going to be talking about a lot. Is we
Yeah.
lose a lot.
Yeah.
Oh wait, also one quick question. Do you think that the, let's put it, streamlined nature of the skill upgrade tree was meant to be a nod to Yakuza 3? Because it had, 4 or 3, I guess, with tech, soul, and body, where you could only get specific skills and then one of 2 each upgrade or something to that effect. Did they try to emulate that with a new system, or was it just, we don't know what to do, so we'll make it the way it is in K3?
I guess it's kind of I feel like the brief was just, hey, the Gaiden Pirate Yakuza system worked well enough, just do that again instead of reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
Which
Gonna
that's
go with
also
that.
another thing that's kind of okay. Speaking of upgrades, like, how do we feel that the start of Kiryu's upgrades are money based and then it's all point based?
It just
Like,
annoyed me to no end.
Good question. Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
like, at that point, I get it. I've spoken on this with Gaiden. I can understand it as a novelty. It made that game stand out. And in the case of Pirate, having a dual currency, again, it's not ideal, but at least the Pirate stuff was really rewarding in that regard. But the fact that Mina's Gaiden finally went just a money route, yet K3 in a lot of ways feels like more of a Gaiden game than Mina Gaiden itself. I don't get the insistence on the dojo and the upgrade points. It just annoyed me. Also, locking the actual training behind X amount of points being there. Just
God.
please, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All of the Horii comments, like, dude, I love you, but please, can you shelve that for the second game, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, look at
For those
you.
who
Look at you ranting about the
I was gonna say,
Horii bit, and we're not even there yet. Just wait,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, everything will be there.
Yeah.
as a summation for those who don't know, your physical upgrades, your attack and your health for Kiryu are money based, but your every other upgrade, your moves and stuff, they start money for like the first 6 abilities, and then they go to this point based system that if you've ever played Gaiden Pirate Yakuza,
Oh
as like
yeah.
Dodoni and Leon are saying, it's
Yep.
the same. Do stuff, get point, spend point, profit? Question mark.
Yeah, but at least this time it's only points from that point on. A horrible choice
Yeah.
of words on my end, but you get the idea.
It's an interesting way of kind of balancing to try to not allow you to get too strong too early. But the problem is the fact that you can upgrade your attack. Some dumb British idiot who I won't name, hi, it's me, figured out that gambling in K3 is broken. If you do roulette with the zero jewel, and you can just save before you make the actual bet itself because it's the dragon engine. If you actually land on the correct one, I believe you get 72,000 chips, which turns into 7 of the watches that sell for 500,000. You can get to the
Dear
final
God.
upgrade in your attack tree in chapter 2.
Damn, okay.
That's what we do in the speed run. So
Okay,
yeah,
that's
you
gonna
can
be
bust
awesome.
your attack. You can bust your attack completely, but the point-based system is just there to kind of stop you from getting all these abilities. When it's just like, it's weird balance, and it's weird. It's weird.
It feels like a very on a, let's say, a fundamental level JRPG approach, where it's not about how you deal the damage, it's about how much damage you deal. So they don't really
Yeah.
care about which moves you utilize it. And it goes back to the whole automated stuff, where it's like, punch things, it's not really gonna matter what you do. The important thing is that the enemy is down. And at that point, it's like, well, on a fundamental level, Yakuza was about being more creative than an average beat 'em up would be. It's not reaching character action levels, but it has that perfect sweet spot where you can do a shit ton of stuff that you would expect from a genre like that, but within limitations of what classic beat 'em ups would be.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about the training points as well, and I mean, we might as well just bring up Miyazato as a whole. So, for those who don't know, Miyazato is a new trainer in Kiwami 3, the only one, really. He is the master of the Ryukyu style, so he is the one that canonically teaches Kiryu the style, but you also learn up to 4 moves from him, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Half of which I would say are useless, but at least they have the tiger drop. and you have the
one of which he has plagiarized.
yes,
Exactly.
Thank you. Where do we even begin with Miyazato?
I think the thing is, and you two feel free to correct me on this. I don't think any of us dislike him as a character. It's
No?
kind of nice to have, hey, Kiryu has a friend in Okinawa.
Yeah.
And there's a really nice scene that they add later on in penultimate chapter,
Yes.
with him and some of the other residents, which is really nice. But he's also just there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so much him as a character, it's the fact that other people aren't there because of him, and the fact that Kiryu goes, oh, master, master, it's like, yeah, I remember a person who used to call you your disciple, wonder why this guy gets all the lip service instead.
Yeah, as a character, I think Miyazato's genuinely just a sweetheart. I enjoyed his presence in the story. But like Gokudoni said, the main problem is just, we saw this in interviews as well, which we'll get to later, but like, this guy was planted as a replacement for multiple aspects of the original. And it just causes like mixed feelings, unfortunately, even though I do like his character. And I like what he does in K3 as a whole. Like, he's there as, one of the locals that Kiryu gets to know, and throughout Kiryu's stay over there as well, he gets to, bond with him, hang out and all that. It's pretty nice. Between the limited amount of abilities you get from him and also the way they're kind of, how do I say, gatekeeping maybe the progression with, having to get points for his dojo to be able to get upgrades. I'm just not sure how I feel about Miyazato's dojo in this game. What about you guys? Is there anything of note? Yeah.
The points to get the last upgrade, which is the Tiger Drop, they're not a small amount of points either.
20,000, was it?
Yeah, like it is a lot of the game you have to do. You do have to like engage with obviously the side content a lot. So it's like it's not something that you can just like quickly work on and decide to come back. It is something that you'll have to just, get over time, which I guess I don't mind too much, but it is just, it feels like there should be a better system in place,
Yeah.
I don't know what that better system would be, so it's a bit hypocritical saying that, I feel.
I mean, finding the moves would be another. We're not going. I hate the fact that I need to bring it up and reawaken Leon's trauma with Yakuza 2 and Bangladesh.
Oh,
but
no.
we could do. Like, the idea. I love what Kaito Files did, in essence, or technically Judgment.
Yes.
Where you find the QR codes and you get the moves. Kaito Files had the issue where you need to upgrade your smell to, even if you know where the bloody move is. That pissed me off on a replay. It's like, I can sense a move, but I'm not sure if it's they can piss off with that. But something to that effect where exploration is rewarded, because by going by the actual way that it's calculated in K3, after I'd done literally all the Reaper stuff, the vast majority of the sub stories, maybe half of the Morning Glory, like actual kid bonding things, I still didn't have enough points to get the Tiger Drop, which probably says something. Yeah.
That is one plus I'll give to OG3. If I remember right, when you get to Kamurocho, I think I forget if you get an email from Kamaki or something like that.
Yes.
Wait, you have to unlock the Dragon Palace first, right?
No, you get the email from Kamaki at the same time when you go outside to just like not for the Stardust sub story, but when you're first outside of Serena next to Stardust.
Right.
You get a whole bunch of texts. I think one from Yu, even though he's standing next to you. But one of the texts you get is Kamaki. So
right.
I think he just says, "Come see me," blah blah blah.
Right. Yeah. So you don't have to liberate the Dragon Palace again in the OG3, because I think you had to do that in K3.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
It's a sub story.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's tied to because they are technically in the same building, but the dojo is on a different elevation than the casino, which will be tied to the actual sub story, I think.
Yeah. Which they made the Dragon Palace only one floor in K3.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, the good thing about OG3 is that you can just go to Kamaki, and I think he tells you about his disciples that you learn the moves from.
Yes.
So you can just basically do that and get it over with pretty quick. Now, I recall hearing one thing that someone said when I was streaming, I think, where it kind of doesn't make sense for Kiryu to relearn it from Komaki again. But why would it make more sense for him to relearn it from Miyazato?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, if I had to pick between the two, I'd pick Komaki.
I kind of like how K2 does it, where you can't learn the Tiger Drop until after you fought the Tiger. And then you go to the acupuncture guy who stabs a needle in your backside. Then Kiryu goes, "Oh, I remember how to do that now." Like, no prerequisites required outside of just punching the tiger with the Tiger Drop in the cutscene. Just like, oh yeah, that's
So wait,
that was cool.
You don't have to go to the Coliseum for that whatsoever?
No.
Oh damn.
No,
Okay.
you literally just fight the tigers, and you can go to the acupuncture place next to the bar.
Bro,
and Kiryu remembers.
you've
Because
single-handedly
like, the
changed.
acupuncture guy, for some reason, just can make you unlearn or relearn everything for some reason.
Yeah, also, while we're on the topic of, Kiryu forgot, I mean, yeah, he's a senile old man or whatever, but going the route of, Kiryu, you need to compete in my beginner tournament. My brother in Christ, this man liberated, if we're going by the original timeline, liberated Tokyo twice, Osaka once, technically. But if we include Zero also, like, he has proven himself so many times. He's beaten up more people than have lived in Okinawa. Does he really need to prove himself in a fundamental tournament where you can use both styles? So you can just beat the hell out of people. I ended one of the tournaments with the dragon finisher, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's enough." Yeah, the dude is dead. There's nothing to do.
Hey man, Kiwami 3 is my first game. I wouldn't know about any of that.
Also point out the hypocrisy of him being like, "Hey, look after my daughter with her biker gang stuff, but you can't learn the extra stuff from me yet. No.
Oh, yeah.
Let's teach you the stuff that would help you with that, but no.
True.
Okay, on that record, another cool thing about Mr. Super Duper Master here, his daughter is awesome, and they have a really cool back and forth.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, on that topic, do you guys have anything else left to say about the combat before we move on to the side stories? Because I think
I was gonna say for Miyazato, I like his bar.
Oh yeah,
it's
really
a nice
comfy.
new building. Yeah.
You talking about Revolve Bar repurposed?
No,
I remember when I went
in
down.
this game.
Yeah, exactly.
It is nice. It is.
He kind of feels like the Yuya of Okinawa. We really need another mate in a town. That's a cool thing about him.
Yeah. It's kind of like, there is like a almost form of that in almost every game for Kiryu, where, it's kind of your boss in Yakuza 5, who I still love to this day, is still voiced by bloody the big eyebrows. Yeah, that's the guy. I keep thinking Shido. I want to never remember Shido in my life. But yeah, like the Yakuza 4, it kind of starts off as Hamazaki, which
story for another time, or rather in like an hour or so.
Yeah, combat's. I feel like we sound like we're being quite harsh on the combat, and we are, because like we can see the potential in it. It's not bad. Like it's very serviceable, and like if you engage with the combat, I think it is quite rewarding, but it is also quite simplified, and it is just there's the underlying makings of something really cool there, but it doesn't quite get there.
Exactly.
Beautifully put. Yeah, I think I also agree word for word. All right, guys, I know this part will have you excited because we're about to move on to the side stories. And what better thing to kick it off with than Bad Boy Dragon?
No, please, no.
Yeah, so do we talk about the pacing or is that for later?
Okay, look, I should preface this. I really, really like the actual side activity and even the storyline, but the placement, dear lord, I had to fight every instinct in my body to not uninstall the game at that point.
I also just realized, for those who have no idea what this is like the biker gang stuff, where Kiryu tries to help out a gang of bikers to like conquer, or not conquer, but like, I guess liberate Okinawa from like bad gangs, and then also potentially take over other regions. So yeah, that's what this whole minigame is about. Now, unfortunately, I guess we could kick things off by saying that this is a major side story that gets integrated into the main story to an extent.
I feel like we're going to talk about that later.
Oh yeah,
because filler is its own discussion, really.
Where do we start? How do you guys feel about the premise? Let's start from there. Maybe Gokudoni can start things off.
Sure. So, I I mean, where do I put this? I already have an affinity for motorcycles. I don't have a license for them or anything, but since I was younger, I was like, man, it would be really cool to have a bike. So the fact that you have one that's properly accessible to you within the actual activity is awesome. You can sort of customize it. You can do the Akira slide, which thank God to whoever implemented that into this activity. The fact that they added essentially another clan creator type activity, but drawing from the Gaiden era, so no, tower defense, whatever, but you actually play through it, is excellent. And it didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome for me, at least. But again, I think the only issue with it, and it's kind of harkens back to how Pirate Yakuza did the acquisition. At the point when I started Bad Boy Dragon, I'd already beaten Dark Ties, and yet you don't get access to the members that you get from the campaign as a result of having finished Dark Ties until, I believe, the second or third fillery bit related to Bad Boy Dragon. Had they been accessible from the beginning, that would have been amazing.
Yes.
It's
agree with that.
unironically after it asks you to get the initial members. We know this because of obviously speedrun stuff. Because we thought we'd have to ban the Dark Ties stuff because of the fact that, it would influence the number that you need. But no, it's they lock that stuff. I'm assuming that's also where you get the DLC ones, because I don't actually have access to the DLC ones.
I think so, yes.
Likewise, I don't have any. I also didn't have Ichiban as well, so pre-order man doesn't exist in my game.
Weirdly enough, I have the DLC, but not Ichiban.
Ah, interesting.
Bro escaped the allegations, finally.
Man's gone.
Completely. Yeah, he doesn't exist.
If I remember right, in Pirate Yakuza, you get access to all the DLC cast from the get-go, don't you? Like, that actually saves you time?
Yes, and the interesting thing is they don't count towards the amount of crewmates. They're separate. It's weird.
Yeah.
That's the weird thing.
It's very weird. Yeah.
That is pretty odd.
It's the extremely small niche, but on the speedrunning side of things, we appreciate that because that means we don't have to, do any weird leaderboard rule stuff with, you're not allowed to have the DLC installed. Unlike bloody Infinite Wealth, where they give you, like, with the Ultra Deluxe Edition, they give you these packs of materials for weapon, like, crafting that just they're there by default and they get used automatically at first, which cool.
Yeah.
That's a story for another day with Sega and its DLC practices these days.
Oh yeah. So actually I should have asked this earlier, but have you guys beaten Bad Boy Dragon to the end? Because I haven't actually.
No.
Not yet.
Oh wow.
It also boils down to, I mean, that's the thing. I'm sure you're gonna name a particular individual who has dog in his name, but
Dog boy,
dog boy,
mama boy. But like the moment that they added that, whatever it was, second or third filler, where they were like, "Oh yeah, I need to help the girls before I leave for Kamurocho," that had already soured me on the progression of it. The activity itself was good, but it's like, no, please, the Yakuza 3. One of the few things that you can legitimately criticize it for, speaking as a Yakuza 3 glazer, is the pacing. And yet, despite the fact that we removed a ton of quote-unquote filler, the fact that we replaced it with filler that is completely irrelevant to the critical path isn't gonna do people any, or rather, it's not gonna do this activity any favors, because it's great behind all of the issues of, oh, you need to do this to progress, but
filler that takes longer to do than what was in the original game. And
I didn't
would
time
absolutely argue that whatever was in the original game is not filler because that's what they wanted to put in the game. Like,
yes,
that's the content that people don't like. I've called it filler in the past, like, absolutely. But it definitely isn't filler now when we think about what we've lost.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even the substance of it, it was just the placement, because the activities that happen there are incredibly important for Kiryu moving forward and why he cares so much about the orphanage. It was just that, with things like Riki Mask and everything, as amazing as they are, you shouldn't have placed them there. You shouldn't have had this extensive break, either before you leave for Kamurocho or before the story once again picks up, to do all of these things so that you can help each and every one of the kids. But looking at it now, it's like, we're going to get there eventually with all the cuts. This is a lesser return on the investment, let's put it that way.
Honestly, it's kind of impressive because in my first stream of the game, which was like 10 hours, maybe 3 hours were just Bad Boy Dragon, like the mandatory stuff.
Oh, God.
Yep.
It was brutal. Like
It's a modern RGG thing, and they've been doing it for a while. But
they have.
the obvious point of comparison that we all have and that everyone will have is Don Doco, where
Mhm.
none of us mind RGG introducing their side activity mini game and getting you to do a round of it, because that's what's always happened in this series.
Mhm.
Like from so early on, that's always what's happened. And you know, RGG rightly should be quite proud of some of these minigames. I actually really like Don Doco as a whole. But when it takes up literally 20 minutes, and especially in stuff like New Game Plus that you can't skip and it completely resets, the pacing just collapses. And the issue here, for those who have not played K3 and are wondering why we're so adamant about this, you get introduced to Bad Boy Dragon, then you get told, off you toddle, go do story stuff, and then you get back 2 chapters later, and it's like, I should go back to Kamurocho. But first, what if I did more Bad Boy Dragon? And it's not a little bit of it either. It's
Mhm.
like a third of the entire story of it.
Yeah.
Technically, the whole mandatory side content tutorialization, as Fruba said, it's been around here for a while. Even Yakuza 0 had it with real estate and cabaret. Yakuza 5 had it
Yakuza
with,
5 had it, yeah.
taxi and
Yeah.
5 may actually be one of the first ones to do that. But even then, putting aside how long the Saejima trek to the mountains lasts, even that felt like
22
less of an
minutes.
insult. 22, oh dear lord. Oh, no. I've spoken on this already, and it definitely is like an economist thing where we have bang for your buck. We have a campaign that's the length of blah, blah, blah. It's one of the reasons why I think when I look at people saying, oh, Dark Ties should be longer for the price. By the way, it's integrated into K3, so you can't argue about the price. But number 2, it's like they still have filler that, to me, at least not counting the chapter 3 bit, really doesn't overstay its welcome. 1 or 2 activities are enough. If you know,
Yeah.
you could say the same for the Yakama network. Like the people that didn't do sub stories and they were like, why do I need to do fetch quests for an hour? Because it didn't do the bloody sub stories. That's why it takes it so long to get through it.
Mhm.
So again, I get it. On paper, when you look at how long to beat, it's a longer campaign, but that doesn't mean it has more substance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
And I
Um,
think as well, the important context in like this, the whole substance thing is also what we've lost, which we'll talk about in a bit, because it's like, yeah, it's sticky.
Yeah.
It's rough.
well, I guess to try and add a few things,
Oh yeah, we were talking about Bad Boy Dragon.
I do like the squad stuff. I do like the fact you can customize each squad. It does the usual RGG
uh-huh.
fan pandering of here's the Obertarian,
Oh god,
here's
please.
Gondarawa, and like I feel like we all accept with modern RGG that this is just a thing that happens now. And like I do like the fact that they're just not sub stories in the game. More on that in a bit. But the fact that they're just rewards from, gambling halls, I like when it did that in Pirate Yakuza, because it's like, it's the fun, quirky, hey, look at this character that shouldn't be here at this point in time. That's just side stuff. You don't have to interact with them. They're not in the main game. It works.
I don't even mind
yeah,
the whole, this character is not supposed to be here, but they're here because it's just a side thing. I don't mind that. Like, I fully get that as a gameplay thing. But can we just, I just realized, can we fucking let it sink in that even though the Obitarian has no sub-story, she's there. But Komaki is not there even as like a Bad Boy Dragon member. Like, what the fuck, bro?
And you can't argue that, they don't have a model for him. How many games have he been in the Dragon Engine? He's been in K2, he's been in Infinite Wealth, which was,
exactly. This is one of the few games that doesn't have him. The rest of them, in some capacity, I think 6, 7... Those are oh my god, I just did the meme. No, Yakuza 6 and Yakuza 7. This wasn't on purpose.
Oh my god. Gokidani, I'm sorry, we have to cut you off.
Yakuza Like a Dragon 6, the man of the Song of Life, and Yakuza Like a Dragon 7, la-di-da-di-da, do not possess Komaki. But other than that, I think he's in most, if not all, of the main lines. So why K3? Why?
See, I didn't even mention Mac because let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, they don't have a Dragon Engine model or whatever. But
my boy,
Komaki, there's no reason not to, put him in some capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, also the inconsistencies with the subsequent games, because Mac and Yonashiro and, all of them are mentioned in Infinite Wealth specifically. And now they don't exist, basically. Sorry to cut you off, Rube. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to agree with that. That's what I was going to do.
We're not even getting into the fact that at this point, the timeline doesn't make sense because of K3 and 4. We're going to get to that eventually, but they have basically broken the timeline.
So it'll be even
Bad Boy
if they
Dragon.
decide with like whatever they do with Yakuza 4 to bring back the likes of, Mac and Kamaki, then what was the point of not including them in K3?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how we're like ranting about all of this, like in the Bad Boy Dragon stuff, when we still have a whole lot of things later to rant about.
That's why we just cut them out of the bits later. We won't, because we'll be coming back to them, but...
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Like, Bad Boy Dragon by itself is fine. I don't think it's bad. It's it's fairly fun, like, setting up all these, like, different members that could be fan favorites, like, Mina, for example. You can get him if you beat Dark Ties. The DLC characters, Saijima, Majima, and you also have, obviously, the Bad Boy Dragon story characters, like the girls. And I think you can also eventually recruit someone like Miyazato. You have like a lot of choices. And just
Dog Boy too.
Dog Boy.
Dog Boy, hell yeah. My beloved. It's nice. It's very, I think, for lack of a better phrase, Gaiden coded. Like in the first Gaiden, you can build all these Coliseum characters. In Pirate Yakuza, you can build your ship crew. It kind of feels similar here. So, in terms of, like, I guess, feeling unique, you can really feel, again, the Gaiden codedness, but it's not a horrible thing most of the time. Again, there's still some fun to be had, but like we just mentioned earlier, like, there are some things that kind of make it a bit of a murky experience. I don't know, like, this is the kind of thing that just kind of makes me think of Yagami more than Kiryu. Like, this is the kind of thing that he did in Lost Judgment.
I'm not sure if this was 100% right, but I know that Kimura Takuya, or Kimutaku, he has, I believe, an affinity for riding motorcycles, which is one of the reasons why the actual activity in LJ was introduced. I'm not sure if it was something that he did in the movies quite frequently, where he would be, or the television series, but apparently he does have an affinity for it, and you can tell that a lot of the assets are just very like bike club coded from LJ. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think it's... Should I say it's an improvement? The biker stuff was not bad in LJ. I thought it dragged a little bit, maybe. I also did not appreciate seeing Kim, but that's just me.
Yep.
So yeah, I do like that this is a more combat-oriented biker thing, all in all. What about you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of the same as, like, we were saying earlier, in that it's like, it's very basic, it's serviceable, it's enjoyable, but it kind of lacks depth. Like, for those who don't know, like, for the main stuff, it's extremely, extremely Muso light. So you basically go take bases with your other squad, you have to go to help them out, get off the bike, blah, blah, blah. But it doesn't do anything outside of that. Like, you have these really cool, like, weapons and stuff that you can get. You can get chickens. The chickens go and ram into people and can hit you as well. It's pretty funny. It's pretty nice. It's got some creativity to it, but it doesn't really expand upon the original idea. Like, for the basic of just, go take bases, go fight people. It's kind of it. Like, it's got a storyline to it, which is nice. If you ever done a, Yakuza side thing story, there's 3 kings.
Oh yeah, of course.
One's called Dog Boy.
Right.
Cool.
Dog Boy's the best thing to come out of this.
You have to do Dog Boy stuff to continue the main story. So, thanks, Dog Boy.
Can I just mention this one specific thing? When you get access to the weapons, how useless the pineapples can be.
Oh yeah, they're terrible.
Like, sometimes they actually do knock back the enemies, and other times they do nothing. Did you say your thoughts on it, Gokudoni? Should we move on?
I mean, yeah, I enjoyed it. Admittedly, I haven't finished it yet, so I'm not sure if it really takes... if it drives off a cliff more so than it already is, because at this point it's halfway down the end of the cliff because of again Dog Boy and everything. But the actual activity, I really like it, and the fact that they also have different types of it, because one of them is the regular go from one garage to the other and you steadily progress to the ending, but you also have the ones that are just massive battles, one of which takes place in Seiryū High, which I thought was a really funny reuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was cool.
Don't worry, stick with it till the end. I'm sure it's going to save Kiwami 3 as a whole, like completely, single-handedly.
I will also say one thing that does annoy me about it, actually. There is one sub-story that for some reason is tied to
no.
Bad Boy Dragon.
Oh
And
no.
that's
No,
the
please.
last one that
No.
I haven't done.
No, don't tell me
Leave
it's
it
that one.
to Ako-san.
I hate that. Can we just okay, Brent? I hate that. Christ. Okay, look. Let's be full disclosure and everything. We have had celebrities in Yakuza for a very, very long time, and we get a certain degree of, and I hate the term, glazing is to be expected. They are a big deal, but the amount of okay, nothing against her. I think she used to sing very beautifully. I checked out a few of her songs. But the amount of lip service here and the amount of rewards and that god ugly statue that I can't get rid of that now
God.
tarnishes morning glory and the wallpaper and and I
Yep.
haven't even done the second one. The first one, thankfully you can skip out on it after the lengthy expository dialogue. You can just say when they ask you, "Oh, do you want to help us about Okinawa and tell us about the culture?" No, actually.
No,
I would prefer to
thank
hear
you.
the regular story.
Dude, I am so glad you can actually tap out of that in the main story because I tried.
Yes.
You
yeah.
can.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to
It's
be
like
another
the meetup of
mandatory
girls.
sub-story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's one of, because I think I said it at the time, like when I was casually playing, I think it's one of those cultural things where she must be like actually genuinely quite a popular celebrity in Japan. But for those of us in the West who have no idea who she is, it is just, dude, what's going on? Why are we doing this? Like you can't even, change her catchphrase, like leave it all to Kiryu-san. That's about the only joke in that bit that just kind of works, because everything else is
Yep.
just like so her coded to obviously her career that none of us know about it. So it's like, what's happening?
I mean,
Like,
even that
this is
wouldn't really be an issue. Sorry to cut you off.
yeah, no, go on.
I thought of, okay, what would be a way for that to really click with someone? So an example from Judgment, one particular television series that I've grown to love after realizing that Kimutaku was in it, that being the series Hero. I highly recommend you check it out if you like the lawyer shenanigans, or technically different shenanigans in the television series. But if they had a sub-story that was just a direct reference to that show in Judgment, then I would absolutely get it, because it would be relevant to the main actor and the actual activities of the story. But Aqua doesn't have anything to do here. They throw in the whole part where she sings Bakamitai, which is just, okay, sure, I guess you're a vocalist and everything, and you're apparently a television celebrity, but it's just shoehorned into the critical path with as much great... They're probably giving her more lip service than some of the legacy cast, which is why it's so
Oh my
stunning
God.
to see.
Yeah.
When you put it that way.
Yeah.
How do I say? No disrespect. But also seeing that one cover art where there's Kiryu, Mina, and also her, it's like, I'm sorry, but like,
yeah,
I'm
God.
sorry, man. I can't. I didn't know the second sub-story for her is tied to Bad Boy Dragon, but I guess now I know why I couldn't get it to trigger. So, thank you.
Surprise, it's Ako and Kamurocho, which is what my chat told me, and yeah, it's in Bad Boy Dragon for some reason, I'm sure, which also means she'll probably turn up in Bad Boy Dragon.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Spoilers, I guess, my bad.
That's fine.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm
this is
sure
the
that knowing,
spoilercast.
your final sub-story and Ako-san being in Bad Boy Dragon will give you the drive to finish the minigame. But I think the issue that I have with it, and I wonder about a lot of people, just to like slightly bring it back, is the whole, it is forced upon you for a relatively long amount of time during the main story. Like,
Yeah.
That's the thing that turns me off. Is that stops being side content and it becomes a mandatory thing. And like, again, I don't mind them, giving you the first version, the tutorial version, because that's what these games have been doing for years. But telling you then to go away and then 2 chapters later saying, hey, you better have done this, Like I feared the entire time for chapter 10 because of the fact that chapter 10 was the last big orphanage chapter until I literally asked Leon, please let me down gently. What do I have to do? Like, am I gonna have to do more of this? Like, is there something big coming? And thankfully there wasn't. But I think, and this is something for kind of the later discussion that we're gonna have. I do wonder if they front loaded a lot of the new side activities because it's a remake and because they wanted you to experience, all this new content earlier. The problem is how much it's just forced on you.
Mhm.
And especially with
Yep.
Bad Boy Dragon.
Sometimes I do see comments saying, "Oh, this has been a thing for a while. Why is it a problem now?" And for me, at least, it's not a problem now. It's been a problem since forever. That's the whole point.
Yeah,
Like I want them
it's
to
been
like work
going
on
on.
that.
I mean, it's like you said, it has been going on for a while, and going back to Yakuza 5, it's already been there. But the thing is that they always had this degree of moderation regards to how much of that you would be exposed to. I remember, I think it may have been Yakuza 6. I was spoken to my girlfriend, and I was like, "Yeah, you know that one side activity where you go spearfishing and it's a first-person thing?" And she was like, "No, what are you talking about?" She had never experienced that particular side activity. And that reminded me back to when Yakuza 1 was originally still being pitched. And they
Mm.
talked about the cabaret, which was readily available in the demos that you would do on, I think, TGS or something to that effect. But they've explicitly said, we know that our games have a ton of content. We just don't want to beat people over the head with it. It's there if you want to find it, but you need to go out of your way to find it. So, to that effect, when I see something like Bad Boy Dragon or some of the sub stories, I just keep thinking, how would you feel if a mandatory cabaret segment was there, where you had to romance one of the ladies to like 20 hearts, like it used to be in OG Yakuza 3? Would you think that would improve the game, or if it would put people off from the actual activity by nature of how much you need to do and how frequently?
Put people off easily.
Yeah,
Hell no is all I have
Put
to
me
say.
off when you said it just now.
exactly.
Gaiden almost did it, by the way. Well, I say almost, but like,
Yeah,
they had you go to a
Yeah.
hostess club as part of the story, but at least you could like just
Yeah.
leave and go about your way.
yeah, you
Yep.
can just suck or outright skip everything.
Yeah.
We call it case on feet skip because the first hostess in the club is actually case on, and as soon as her feet turn up on screen, you can skip and leave. Case on feet skip.
It was commentary, I swear.
Yep.
Yeah, for the time being, let's move on to the second major side story in the game, which is the orphanage. It's like now a whole dedicated thing. And this comes at a price. But I actually like it. The whole orphanage thing is pretty nice. You know, you get to see Kiryu bond with the kids. You get to see him like play with them, cook for them, just like, you know, one big happy family. Really good stuff. Now, the price I talked about is some of the story stuff you saw in OG3, where Kiryu interacts with some of the kids. That has been relegated to this as well, so you don't get to see that unless you go out of your way to do it. Taichi Wrestling, I think that might have been rewritten. Like, you don't have...
Rewritten.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of there, so that's going to cause mixed opinions.
Yeah, and the actual dragon mask itself is like a prize reward in one of the casinos, I think, which is just bizarre.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about those rewards later, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so in the orphanage you have this, how do you say it? I think I pronounced it wrong every time on the stream and people told me sewing, is it?
Yeah, sewing.
Sewing,
Yeah.
thank you.
The activity.
Yeah, I would say suing, but
This is why English is a bad language. It looks like that. It looks like it should be pronounced like that,
Fair.
but it's not. I used to live in a place called Reading, which is spelled Reading, which for anybody that spells reading. But no, it's
Yeah.
Reading. No idea why. Just is. So English, yeah, terrible language.
I kept just saying suing, and chat told me, like, are you saying this on purpose? Because it's not how you say it. Like, you say it sewing.
It
I was
looks
like,
like that.
Yeah.
It does look like that.
You were just doing an Ace Attorney reference. You were suing them.
One might even say a Lost Judgment reference, but we won't have to worry about that franchise until, well, possibly forever. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the sewing, you have cooking, straight from Pirate Yakuza. You have homework, which is just the school stuff from Infinite Wealth and Yakuza 7. You have the bug catching, which is kind of feels like a Mario Party game.
Yeah.
What else did you have? Dragon Reversi, I think it was called, like a board game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was nice.
and you also had the Ishin stuff. So basically, just another life, including the actual billboard where you get requests
Yeah.
for selling potatoes. That's the only part that I don't like. Everything else I love
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
I've actually done pretty much none of the Ishin gardening, so I have no idea how that works. So this was kind of new to me.
Keep it that way, please.
Which,
Speaking as someone
funnily
who
enough-
platinum Ishin Kiwami, don't touch it.
Yeah. Yeah. Funnily
Damn.
enough, I'm the opposite. I've done a lot of the board, but I've barely done any of the side stuff with the kids, which is very weird because that's the one thing that I was hyper looking forward to from a K3. That was like the one thing that I kept saying like constantly was just, hey, this is, something they can expand on in a really positive way. So is that more a statement on me for not like wanting to do that stuff? Or is that a statement on the fact that, that's how it's done in K3?
The latter, definitely.
Yeah. I definitely don't think it's bad. Like from the stuff that I've actually like done of it, I do not think it's bad.
Yeah.
But I think this is a big thing that we'll talk about with the story changes later. Something you brought up like initially about how the initial like in chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 10, you deal with 3 of the kids and their problems.
Mhm.
All of that pretty much is just gone from the main story.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people called filler back in the day, but if it's something that they want to say in the main story, it's important. And it is important because it shows Kiryu's relationship with the kids. It gives you a reason to care. So relegating all that stuff to side stuff, I don't think necessarily has the effect that it should have, because the actual kid stories are one of the big reasons as to why I love OG3. It shows you Kiryu's human side.
Yeah.
And now it's just you don't see it. It's not there.
Yeah.
Like, unless you like actively seek it out. Like,
let me tell you the amount of times, like on the stream when I was playing K3, the amount of times we had to get sidetracked by Bad Boy Dragon, and the chat was just yelling, "Kiryu, go back to the kids, bro! They're hungry." Oh man, priceless.
God. And that's the funny thing, because they did leave the well, I'm not even sure if you can classify that, but the Izumi one is still there. It's even expanded a bit.
Yeah.
And also
the
tutorial.
other weird thing, which obviously you two know about, Mame. He's just there.
I'm
we have a
pissed
dog.
off at that.
Cool.
He just
You can
exists.
get a monkey.
Wait, you can't? Oh god.
You can get a
Get a
monkey,
monkey.
yes. You can.
No, I hate the... Okay, for anyone who doesn't remember, Mame is the first image in the first Baka Mitai ever. So in Yakuza 5, he is the person that Kiryu reminisces about, and he is the final image in Baka Daro, i.e. Baka Mitai 2. So why would you cut that whole thing with him, but then technically still leave the chase with him as one of the sub-stories? Admittedly a funny one, but I just don't get it. For every one thing that's amazing about it, it's just, why would you remove this bit? It wasn't about removing every single kid's activity. It's just the one that really sidetrack everything. Keep the most important kids there. You don't need the whole where one of them stole money, but she kind of didn't, and then one of them was feeling guilty. We don't need to see that one, or the character assassination of Haruka getting scammed, even though she saw stuff like the whole credit card scheme happening, Kamurocho 5 million times over. Keep some of them,
And this just goes back, for those who don't know, this just goes back to exactly what we were fucking saying before about the Bad Boy Dragon stuff, where some people who haven't played K3 will come back and then say, well, aren't you happier that you can just get back to the main plot? No, because that's the point. They tell you to go keep doing Bad Boy Dragon. So you can say, oh, they removed the filler orphanage stuff. And I would retort with, no, they removed the important orphanage stuff and added filler Bad Boy Dragon stuff.
Yep.
Like, it's frustrating. It really is.
But then the actual activities are awesome. I've done only 3 out of the 8 so far. I've done Taichi's, Mitsuo's, and Riona's, and they were all really, really heartwarming. I do recommend checking them out when you get the time.
I will say that the the way to get their, the heart meters up, for those who are wondering, it's not as bad as Haruka's Trust, don't worry. But it's not that bad to get the heart meters up, because you can do, like, as we were saying previously, mini games against them. Like, you can pick a kid to play against in Dragon Reversi, which, hey, cool, we have Reversi. Like,
Yeah.
holy crap. Like, that's a game that probably should have been in the series from a long time ago. But yeah, we have a version of this game that's just pretty cool. Izumi smoked me. I hate it. I'm never going back. But
Same.
it's just there if you want to do it, and it gives you extra points. Or again, you can just, hang out with them. Like, it's just that is the stuff that I wanted from a K3. Like, and they do it well.
I do like that they all have different difficulty settings as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't Taichi like a 2-star in Dragon Reversi? Like, my boy out there. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
And then in the buck catching, he's actually max difficulty.
Oh no, they're broken. Oh my god, do you know the last opponent, the big catcher, the last
Yes.
opponent in the
Yeah.
No,
Dear
but I can
Lord.
assume I know who it is.
It's unfair. It's borderline unfair, and they brought back the 4-star, the thing that you have from the bartender
Oh,
stuff in
no.
Lost Paradise, where it's normally
Oh,
3
no.
stars, but the last one is 4 stars. They brought it back for this individual, and you know what? It makes sense. But the behavior of the AI is broken.
Oh no.
And
Not in a good way. It's just annoying.
I might be lucky because I got it in the first try, thankfully.
Dear God. Okay, maybe it's just a skill issue. I don't know. I tried it once and I was like, yeah, maybe next time.
The Orphanage stuff is pretty nice, all things considered. If we're not talking about how a lot of it was taken away from the story, it's nice. Yeah, I think that's really all we have to say about this. We do have a lot of other things to talk about as well, so might as well just move on to those.
We're
So,
on essentially bullet point 4 of like 12.
yep.
At this point, yeah. Oh,
Yep.
wait. One positive thing. You can. Okay, I'm sad that you can't fish in a conventional way, but you can. That's the
Yes.
one thing that I love that they brought back from Infinite and Pirate. You can go into the sea and actually fish, which coincides
Yeah.
with the opening cutscene, or one of the opening cutscenes for K3, which was
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like they're starting to look, unironically, with like all the changes and the removals that we'll talk about very soon. I do feel like, unironically, with the side stuff, not sub stories, side stuff like, bowling being brought back in, it does look like they're looking back and going, and billiards recently, looking back
Yeah.
at the older stuff and going, what are we still missing? Oh, we can bring that back. We can work on that. Like,
Yeah.
It's awesome.
So very quickly, I'm going to like rapid fire list the major new content at first. So we have Bad Boy Dragon, dedicated Orphanage side story like we just talked about. You have new karaoke songs, Ryukyu fighting style, a new trainer, Miyazato, dedicated phone system, and if we want to count it, the Mine Gaiden. There's a bunch of like smaller things, but those are like the major stuff. And then when it comes to cut content, we have Minamida, and by proxy IF7, the virtual fighter, not virtual fighter, virtual reality. Yeah. Minigame. Mac, and by proxy Revelations, and also Chase Battles. Kamaki, Hostess Clubs, Kamiyama, and along with him the equipment crafting and just the whole equipment system, so you can't carry weapons or armor. Ultimate Battles.
which the annoying thing is, he is in the game.
Yes. Ultimate Battles, completion rewards for every category, but I think this has been a thing for a while. So like in Yakuza 3 and 4, if you do all the heat actions, you get a reward just for that. Or if you unlock all the coin lockers, you get a reward just for that. That's been gone for a while, I think. Anyway, the Feel the Heat boss finisher system. A lot of heat actions. Kamurocho Lullaby, and I mentioned this specifically because karaoke debuted with this song, so it has a lot of importance in my heart. The House of Extras, which included Battle for Survival, Survival Tag, All-Star Tournament, All-Star Tag Tournament. Haruka's Trust, this may be a blessing to some, it's not there. The Massage Parlor, and last but not least, Hostess Maker, thank God.
Hell yeah.
And then quickly listing the altered content. Again, not everything, but this is like the most major stuff. The Coliseum is there, but heavily skimmed. Yonashiro, the weapons like master, is now Miyazato. Certain sub-stories return, but were rewritten. Only if you return, by the way, but we'll get to that. Hitman missions come back, but they're simplified a lot. The sub-story count is down from 119 to 31. So that's the most that's like the most major stuff that I can say about cut content, new content, altered content. And now we can freely talk about all of that finally. So where do we start?
It doesn't sound good when you list it all like that.
It doesn't.
Yeah, just compare the length between the new content and then cut content. It's like that one video where two Italian guys were like, okay, I'm gonna list every country that has better cuisine than England or something to that effect. And it was just a fast forward of, Algeria, Albania, Azerbaijan. That's the cut content here.
I don't want to be unfair to K3. That's the thing. There are some things to like.
Yeah.
But it's also hard not to sometimes sound negative when like you're missing out on all these things that could be there but are not there. So
I'm very much the same, and I kind of want to start off with the thing that I'm most negative about, and I think it's going to be the same for the majority of the community as well. And it's the sub-story stuff.
Yep.
And I've said some stuff in the past, like before K3 came out. Like I've been saying for a long time, Kiwami's always, remove sub-stories and stuff. And, we wouldn't be getting like, stuff like the 20 heart hostesses or get a 5 under par in golf and get those sub-stories, which you can do without those. That's fine. But it's the ones that we lost that are so annoying. Like the 7 Mysteries of Downtown UQ. That's such a big chain. Like, and you don't have to have them as 7 sub-stories in this game. You can have them as 3. But the annoying thing, one of my favorite set of sub-stories in the original that's like in this game that is heavily like changed or redacted is the group that you walk into that get injured and fake being injured. I love that they're back, but in a game that has 31 sub-stories, of which 1 is Amon, why do they take up 3 in the list? Like,
I was going to talk about that.
What are you doing?
You don't have just 1 chain sub-story. You have like 3 at least, like the guy on the beach, I heard.
Yep.
Wait, seriously? Oh, no.
Yeah, so...
Yep. Mr. Kami hit me.
Yeah, technically, like 9 sub-stories really are just like 3.
Which is literally like over a third of them.
Exactly,
yes.
That's dumb. Like,
also,
I'm sorry. That is dumb.
Oh, God. You have 2 Akko.
I'm sorry.
Sub-stories. God damn it.
Like, I don't want to be unfair to K3, but this is unacceptable. And like, I'm gonna say it briefly because I don't want to keep harping on about it because I've harped on about this on my own stream a lot. RGG say that they are very progressive and, that they are very forward-thinking, and they were with Yakuza 3 Remaster, where they reintroduced a sub-story about a very trans-positive sub-story about a woman named Ayaka, I believe her name is. And they keep going back and referring back to that sub-story as, hey, look at us, we are, we're pretty good. So then why remove it from the remake? You can't say that. You can't say, we're still trying to be progressive and then remove one of the most progressive sub-stories you've got that you keep referring back to yourselves. You can't do that. Like, that's so stupid. I'm so mad. Like, genuinely so mad about it. Like, I think this is one of the other reasons as to why, and I said this earlier, why a lot of the community is quite angry, is because for a lot of people, you won't have had experience like OG1, OG2, or OG Ishin, but OG Ishin Lad Ishin has a lot of the similar sub-stories. But for OG3 to K3, OG3 is a game that a lot of people have played. Maybe not have loved, but a lot of people have played absolutely. And a lot of people know this content and are excited to see it. There's some sub-stories that are back, like the guy that is in bankruptcy and is going to jump off that very small bridge into what in the demo was Lucasade water, which thankfully they fixed. And they changed it up in a really cool and neat way where there's a second person there. Like, I kind of like that. I think that's kind of neat. It subverts your expectations.
Yeah.
But it's just so frustrating in that there's so many good sub-stories that are just missing. And like a lot of people just want to experience those sub-stories again or in that slightly changed manner. And you waste a third of the sub-stories on chains of sub-stories. And it's just... I want to be like, a little more positive towards K3, but in this situation, I can't. I just cannot. It's it like we know going into it from a Kiwami that it's going to cut stuff, but it is just how much it just cuts. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I feel like I brought a real downer to this here.
No,
No,
not
it's
at
an
all.
understandable
It's
one.
so frustrating. It's
If
like
you-
I genuinely like this game, but this does affect it. It does drop it. Like
Yeah.
If you weren't the one to bring down the mood, then I probably was going to be the one, so don't worry about that.
For me,
But-
my favorite sub-story is gone. My favorite
Yeah.
all-time sub-story is gone.
Which one is it?
which one?
Murder at Cafe Alps.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah. Ah.
The most puzzling thing about all of this is that you know how certain sub-stories have had the positive to them where they would have pre-rendered cutscenes. Almost
Yes.
all of them are gone here. Dante's Pride is still in, but then Murder at Cafe Alps is no longer here. The one where Kiryu acts out a movie scene and people see his dragon tattoo later on is also gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obviously,
yeah.
the transpositivity one, which was a really cool one, where out of context, if you don't know anything about the sub-story, you just see a girl smack the shit out of Kiryu, and that's the end of the cutscene. And you have no. It was such a good out of context scene to add in as well. Like, I don't know.
That's a
Also,
Yakuza
the
4
most dark
sub-story, I
ones.
think. The slap one, right?
Did I misremember it? Because I know Kiryu was involved, but oh dear, was that the same sub-story?
She was in Bantam at one point.
I think that's a 4 sub-story. But
Okay,
I think...
maybe I mixed up those two. My bad.
No, that's fine. I think... I'm trying to remember if there's more sub-stories in the... Oh, yeah! You have the one with Rikia's childhood friend. That's also gone.
Yep. Our boy
Yeah.
Akimoto.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Mizuki.
Yeah, that's gone too. Like, we
And
can...
they've added, like, to give some credit, they have
Yeah.
added new sub-stories. There is, as Gokudoni, I think, mentioned earlier, there's a very nice one with Mame. There's a very funny one with Mame.
Yeah.
Which I believe, isn't that a multiple part, or am I wrong on that one?
I am not sure.
I can't
Kind
remember.
of. I mean, here's the thing. It is a multi-parter in the sense
But
of it's tied to the Nudie magazine, but Mame is only available in the second one, where we have
Yeah.
that chase scene with him. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
And also, we should say that there are more quotation marks sub-stories than the 31, because some are in Dark Ties, some are the
Yeah.
kids in the orphanage, but they don't count towards the sub-story total that we're talking about. And the important
Yeah.
thing, again, is just the fact that, it is the original ones that have been cut. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and it's so especially frustrating when there are ones that return, like the injured trio or the bankruptcy guy, and they do some cool stuff with it. Like,
Mhm.
yeah.
It's a weird thing where one of the few things for which I will praise K2 is that they combine some of the multi-parter sub-stories into singular ones, which is what they could have done here with the whole, bump and scam thing. Just leave the area, the marker reappears, and you continue the sub-story. Because there's also stuff like that with the where a girl, like the daughter of a guy, wants to go to Tokyo to be a journalist.
Yeah.
That one is still here, and it is technically kind of a like a continuous one. So they could have gone that route here, but they just didn't with a lot of them.
I was also
Yeah.
going to mention you have at least, I want to say 2 mandatory sub-stories. I know the raffle one is mandatory. I
Yeah.
forget, I think there was another one, but I just can't remember which one it was. And then, like we said, we have the 3 bumping sub-stories with the guy in Okinawa, 3 of the dodging guy on the beach, and 2 Aqua sub-stories. I think there's another chain that I'm missing, but just when you look at this, again, it's hard not to just feel like bummed out about, what could have been with this game. But, sub-stories aside, it's unfortunate what happened to them. There is some good sub-stories there, but again, it's just hard not to compare. Let's talk about
And I
something
think
like... Yeah?
Sorry,
Well,
just before we move on,
yeah.
I think the bigger issue here is a not K3 thing where, for us who are saying, like, if you want to experience the sub-stories, like, people would say, hey, just go play Yakuza 3 Remaster. Yeah, that'd be great if it was easily available still.
Yeah.
Like, you can get it on PC at GOG, or they've fixed the bundle on Steam so that you only pay for the games that you don't own.
Huh.
But outside of that, if you're on console, you're out of luck. You gotta get physical.
The damage has been done with the Steam thing as well, because a friend of mine,
Yeah.
He played most Yakuza games on console, like way back in the day. So on PC, he doesn't have all the games. He only has K2, I believe, for some reason. So now if he wants to buy Yakuza 3 on Steam, he has to buy every other game. Like he can't handpick Yakuza 3, so it sucks.
Yeah.
And
even the bundle itself, it used to be cheaper, but now because of Zero Director's Cut, among other things, it's just high-cut price. It doesn't.
Yes. Yeah.
God.
This is something that Sega does, and I love Sega to bits, but this is something that Sega does, and other companies have done this, like Capcom, where they see the remakes as quotation marks the definitive version when it's not. And the other thing is, both versions can coexist with one another. Like, as Capcom again found out recently by re-releasing the original Resis 1, 2, and 3 on GOG. They were actually, there was an interview and they said they were very pleasantly surprised by how well they sold, because funnily enough, people like to see where these things come from, and especially when they're so different. It's why, you know, I've been saying for a long time, if RGG wants to get some goodwill back, release OG1 and OG2, even if it's not physical, as like a digital game. You'd have to do a little bit of work, but you can still use the basis of the PS2 translations, obviously, for them. I appreciate it if they, you know, did a bit more work on them, because they were, you know, very rough for back then. But we're not talking redub the game. We're not talking, you know, redo all of this. Like, just make it readily available, and you would get a good bit of goodwill back. And again, if you market it in the right way, you know, this is the origins of the series, see how it all began, stuff like that, people would absolutely check it out. Like, it wouldn't be as big a seller as, you know, even a remake like K3 is, but it would go a long way, and it really would.
I mean, at this point, you would have actually two games in one, and you know we would be very positive over it, because people could probably misinterpret this as being like, why they're so negative. We're individuals that predominantly are known for Yakuza. This isn't coming from a place of malice. It's just, we love the series and we wanted to do better. This isn't clickbaity shit here, you know?
Yeah, we know RGG can do better. That's why, you know, we're quite harsh with stuff like this, because we want this to kind of light a fire under their ass and say, you know, your quality slipped here, your standards slipped. Like, we know you can do better. Please do better in the future. Like, both in terms of game content and, you know, the people you hire.
The more you're familiar with the franchise, the more you're just going to know how much could have been with Kiwami 3, how much, you know, you're missing out on. Like, they could have done this, they could have done that, they could have done that, but, you know, alas, they have not. That's really all there is to it. This game could have been more, but it's not. Also, on the topic of, like, ports with Capcom, they also ported Dino Crisis 1 and 2 on Steam. Which is interesting.
Yeah, they did it on GOG first, and on Steam they have the Enigma DRM, which is very weird. Because you have a DRM-free version that you've already just released. I don't know who wants to pirate a 1998 PS1 game, but yeah, you know, all right, sure.
Again, just kind of pushing for RGG Studio to also do the same thing, like release the classics, because the only thing you're missing out on is money, you know? Like, just do it. You're probably going to get some nice profit back for probably minimal work, so just an idea to throw out.
And like, it's the thing of having the original Yakuza 3 readily available. If people are disappointed by, you know, K3 lacking content, they can get curious and go and buy the other version of Yakuza 3. Like, it's such a weird decision.
It is.
I mean, I get it from an economist standpoint. I realize that I keep coming back to this, but to me, the only logical conclusion is that they may have known that this was going to be a game that wouldn't really click with a lot of people. As you've seen here, loyal fans of the series have legitimate issues with the game. So in an effort to maximize profits, same thing with Yakuza 0. Oh, you have the new version. Play the new one, buy the new one. And it just results in negative word of mouth. And it has happened so many times, to the point where I'm not sure whose decision it is in the actual chain of command, if you want to label it as such. But if it hasn't worked out positively so many times, you'd think they would knock it off. Same thing with the, you know how they started or attempted New Game Plus to be paid DLC in Yakuza 7 in Japan, and then everyone in the West, including Leon, one of the few people to actually speak up on that, and thank you for that. Because of the negative word of mouth, we actually got it as a proper New Game Plus, you know, integrated in the game. But then they tried it again with Infinite, and it's like, it didn't work out the first time. Why would it work out the second time? Same thing with here and the delisting. Just keep the games up.
There's, how do I say, there's a lot that is kind of hard to tell, because stuff happens behind the scenes. We don't get to see all of it, right? But
Yeah.
Gaiden didn't have New Game Plus. We made some noise about it. And then Pirate Yakuza ended up advertising, I think, in one of the directs, saying, "Oh, don't worry, guys, New Game Plus is coming in an update." That was nice. That was something. It should have been in the base game, I'll say that, but it is something. And then with K3, it's not in the base game, but it came with the launch update. So once again, it's something. I feel like there might be some people behind the scenes that know that we want this stuff, and they're trying their best to get it out there, but not everything is going to go their way.
The kind of new stuff also tying into the side content. One thing that the game's been doing exceedingly well since Gaiden is the new emulator games. We now have, not only do we have Model 3 emulation, we have Naomi emulation. Oh my god. I know they had the interviewer with the programmer who was, I'm paraphrasing here, but just, went to the bosses and said, "Can I do this?" And they were like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" More things like that. I know we're lamenting the lack of and the loss of side stories and certain side content, but there are efforts that they are making on certain side content that is genuinely really cool. So it's just frustrating. It's just really frustrating. As you might like it, you might hate it. It is nice to have bowling back.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
It is definitely.
Also, the arcade. It's probably one of the most positive surprises I never would have anticipated from the release of K3 and DT is the existence of something called Slash Out. We're gonna talk about it later, probably. But I didn't even know that's a thing, and I spent an hour just playing that. What was originally just going to be recording a tiny bit of footage or whatever. For me to realize we have a fantasy hack and slash sequel slash spin-off to Spike Out that was helmed by Nagoshi and a lot of the older alumni like Hidenori Shoji and Daisuke Sato. That was such a cool surprise, and I had no idea it was gonna be here.
Yeah, apparently it's a Spike Out sequel, which obviously we got in Gaiden. So yeah. And then also on the other side of things, the Game Gear. They brought a Game Gear into this game. We actually have Sonic in a Yakuza game, not just Sonic the Fighters.
Pac-Man too.
Yeah, which is wild. And it might be the Game Gear versions of stuff like Shinobi and Streets of Rage, but they're surprisingly competent games. Having played them, there's some good in here. There's some very good in here, but it just hurts when you look at everything else.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Slash Out, go for it. Because I did a little bit of as well, and I was actually surprised at how really good it was.
Jeez. Yeah. I mean, it's essentially what I said, because, again, I really, really enjoyed Spike Out. I knew that Nagoshi and the others have worked on stuff before then, but I never looked into the actual sequel history. And I'm a huge character action guy. So the fact that the broader genre, of which character action would be a subgenre, so hack and slash, was actually something that was attempted by people from one of my favorite studios, was amazing. And when I played through it, I was like, when I saw the character select, I'd assumed this was just going to be something akin to Fighting Vipers or something closer to Soul Calibur. I thought it was just going to be a beat 'em up game. But to then be left into this pretty early days of 3D fighting arena, and you have admittedly a simple setup control-wise and everything, but you have an actual goal to work toward. You have a combat loop that is really fun to do amidst its simplicity, and that you have an actual level progression system and multiple paths that you can take technically, and 5 fully realized levels with their own bosses. It was just, again, I was originally just gonna play each of the 3 new activities for maybe 3 or 4 minutes for the video. I was completely enamored with Slash Out. So again, if you're one of the people that likes older hack and slash beat 'em up 3D stuff, I really, really recommend it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I might check it out. Agree with that. Yeah, I haven't played that.
It's something like 2 to 3 stages to realize you can actually charge your magic as well. It was okay.
Oh
yeah.
There's a surprising amount of depth to it for what is essentially an arcade game.
Yeah.
And it does the arcade thing of the last level is really bloody hard and elite all your credits.
Ooh, yeah, that one. Okay, they may have gone a bit overboard with the eyes shooting the
Yep,
fireballs
yep.
and the
You
shadow.
can't dodge them.
Exactly. But the cool thing is that the shadow enemies that you go up against in that last
just
level are the
yeah.
ones that you haven't selected. Or actually, I
Yep.
think even the one that you selected is also there,
Yep.
which, yeah, they're harder and it's awesome. And then you have that giant
Yep.
baby that you fight. It's like Bayonetta or whatever.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's so cool. It's genuinely so cool. I don't know
Yeah.
if you tried it as well or not. The ambulance game.
Oh, yeah, that was
That
such a
rocks.
weird one.
It's so silly. It just rocks. Like
But it makes sense because you always have that artificial timer in racing games. But here it's like, no, if you drive like an idiot, the person you're driving in the ambulance is gonna die. It's like, yeah, that makes sense.
it's so
It gives
funny.
actual stakes, and people drive like morons. It's like you're playing GTA. They will just keep trying
Yep.
to bump into you at later points, and it's cool.
It's all happening in Chicago. What is happening in Chicago? Like,
You know,
why is the
Chicago.
entire city on fire at one point? Like, what's going on?
God. I mean, yeah, those two activities I absolutely love. But then the third one I can take or leave because, okay, I just realized that we haven't really explained the activities. So yeah, slash out,
Yeah.
hack and slash, 3D environment, you get the idea. The ambulance, it has 3 words in it. Ambulance rescue something. I can't recall the full name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is essentially just, it is a driving game, I believe, from the first person perspective. You
Yes.
drive
You can go
around.
third.
Oh, you can. Okay, I didn't
Yes.
know that one. So yeah, as Fru basically said, you drive around a very hectic map. You have an enemy in the back of your ambulance, and you need to drive carefully to the hospital. There's obviously a shit ton of obstacles, and every bump in the road decreases the timer and worsens the condition of the patient that you're driving. And then the third activity, I don't even know how to describe it beyond saying it's the setup for every on rails escape section in a vintage cartoon you've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's just that.
I think it's one of those where the game itself was probably a lot more fun to experience. The fact that, like, and I love the fact that they have the actual model for the arcade cabinet, but it's one that, like, you like a minecart, you lift up and down. So
Yeah.
you're not going to get that same kind of feeling with obviously like an emulated like video game, but like it still does a decent job. Like,
Yeah.
it's still not bad. Like it's nice to have.
Yeah,
And
it's really weird to control it just. Yeah, go.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say I have not played the Game Gear whatsoever, and I can't believe there's that many good stuff in it. So I guess I'll
Yeah.
check it out.
I think is it 12 games or something like that? And the fact that they've got like 3 from Bandai Namco, including, as Gokodoni said, Pac-Man. Like,
Yeah.
Ooh,
cool.
cool.
Like,
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that was such a bizarre thing. I have a bit of a newfound admiration for Pac-Man because the country that I'm from, in the capital, has this video game museum where they actually have vintage arcades, actual machines that were there, and
Mhm.
the levers are there, and everything is intact. And they had actual Pac-Man there, and it was so weird to play that on an actual arcade cabinet.
Oh wow.
So
Oh.
going into here, yeah, if you're ever in Croatia, it's a really cool thing to check out. They just don't work on Mondays, I believe, which is also funny. But yeah, the actual Game Gear, going from that experience and being like, okay, now I get the appeal of these a bit more than I used to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I gotta check this out definitely. And I'm really sorry to be like the herald of bad news, but
I was gonna say we just had a really nice positive segment. Bring us
yes,
back.
yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we needed this. We needed this. It's gonna balance out the tone, and we need someone to keep us in check.
I just I try to come up with things that I guess I was kind of iffy on with the side content in K3. So one of them, I really like that coin lockers are back. I mean, I think
Same.
it would have been an even bigger bummer if they were not back. But also,
Yep.
the fact that most of what you get from the coin lockers is stickers and outfit pieces, I did not like.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just weird. Like, in
Yeah.
a sense, it makes sense because even in the older one, you mainly got equipment pieces and or healing items or stuff that you would sell. So in a sense, at least as far as the equipables go, the phone stuff is a substitute for it, so it makes sense. But it feels a bit too streamlined, as
The
you
pro-
pointed out.
The problem with the phone
The-
is the charms have an effect, stickers do not whatsoever, and wallpapers same
Yeah.
thing. So it kind of feels
Stickers too.
Yeah.
Right.
with stickers.
The
It feels
interesting thing as well is
Hmm?
in previous Yakuza games or the coin lockers, your gambling items would be in separate lockers.
Yes.
But when there's like 3 lockers, or at least 2 in downtown Ryukyu.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One of the lockers has the roulette jewels, all of them,
Mhm.
the blackjack amulet, and another thing in there, which is just they're all together now,
Yeah,
which
Yeah.
is weird. You could have spread those out.
they could have. And also the equipment system just not being in whatsoever, I imagine limited their options.
Yeah, how do we feel about, because we haven't really talked about that in terms of the gameplay stuff. How do we feel about the phone stuff being your accessories?
I like it. I really do. I think it's just a shame that they didn't have it go with the equipment system.
Yeah, it's very funny that there's a lot of cutscenes that they've either remodeled or like the talking cutscenes they have now, which I do like the extra, extra effort they put in with a lot more of these cutscenes where, you have more voice cutscenes. But
Mhm.
there's so many lingering shots of Kiryu on his phone because of,
Yes.
all your phone customization. It's very funny.
You should have
Oh,
seen the
yeah.
amount of times it like shot to Ichiban on the phone, just like hanging on the phone. But yeah, I like the system. The charms, very similar to the Rings and Pirate Yakuza. I really like that whole system because
Yeah.
you do see it in some form, and it's just cute. I like it. The little
Yeah.
effects are nice to have. Some of them are not too strong, but they might make just enough of a change to, matter. Having said that, there's, I think, a little too many charms that require you
Yeah.
to either be at full health or low health, and I'm not sure how I
Yeah.
feel about that.
There's also a lot of charms that seem to do the same thing. Like you start off with like 3 different background screens that all do the
Yes.
same thing, and it's just like,
Yep.
why?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess it's just because you can put on the one you like, but it's like, just change up what they do. Like,
At that point,
Agreed.
It's the same thing with what we talked about the combat, where on paper there's a lot of stuff here, but then when you look at the utility, it's kind of streamlined. Same thing here, where I really love the ring system in Pirate because it felt like you had a lot more things that you could customize with it. Over
Hmm.
here, it's as you've said, there are certain things. Obviously, the charismatic one is going to do what the charismatic one does, but other than that, it's just
Mhm.
visual differences and the same effect. But then you also have other ones that have nigh identical effects with just minor differences, and it's, I don't know. I love the fact that it's a phone because it's 2009, but then you also remember that Mac isn't there, who would give you the bloody phone. So
Yep.
it's just the same stuff always.
Can I just mention how
It's
sad it
frustrating.
is? Commercial lullabies
Yeah.
a ringtone now.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much for bringing that up. I
Yeah.
immediately put it there, thinking that the song was there, and then just it became a depression. Like I Pavloved myself into being, oh, it's not there anymore.
It's a
Yeah.
negative reminder
And
of what could have been.
It's
Yeah.
also one of those things of chapter 1, one of the biggest changes early on is just, hey, let's go do karaoke. I love karaoke. I always do karaoke. And it's like, all right, you're forcing this on us now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
we could go a whole point by point how they changed everything, how we now have 3 tutorial fights instead of 2 and all of that.
Yep.
But
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
it's stuff that only we will be susceptible to because we played the game so many times, or rather, individuals who have extensive experience with Yakuza 3 will know.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, just a lot of puzzling choices, to put it lightly.
Well, speaking of
Yeah.
puzzling choices, I think the garbage items, like sitting around, fit more with the RPG games rather than this, because having like a
Yeah.
half-eaten bento, just like, why would you eat that in Yakuza 3 Kiwami?
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
reason to, really. The vending machines were dumbed down, unfortunately. Like, all of them just restore heat by 10%. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Photo rally was okay, but it's like a question mark. Like, I know why they're using it, but it's also like, why? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Acting like a tourist in a town that you already know from Yakuza 0, K1, and K2. It's why.
Yeah.
The raffle as well, in the sense from Yakuza 5 Edition.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, I
Yeah.
got Yuki from that. It's cool in my book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she just popped out of the wheel.
Literally.
But she's
Oh, yeah,
not
wait.
available the first time it introduces you to it.
Yeah, true.
Right.
It's weird.
Yeah.
God. Okay, wait. One very, very specific positive about K3 that probably no one's gonna remember if they didn't go for the platinum. So on Morning Glory, or near Morning Glory, on the shore, you would sometimes have trash that will wash up.
Mhm.
it's still there in this game. And in Yakuza 3, it required you to clean out, because you would have a random item from the trash that would wash up there. You would need to get, I believe, 9 or 10 pieces of trash for which you would get a trophy in OG3. It's such a minuscule thing, but I'm glad that the actual boxes still wash up and give you items
Yeah.
in K3.
Yeah. Okay, before we move on to the Horii interview, anything else you guys want to say about anything related to the side content?
I kind of don't, because I feel like we'll be here for hours.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
We
Okay,
still have-
I
just
think
one thing.
You mentioned it briefly. I was going to say the Colosseum's a disappointment.
Yeah, the
And-
variety
and
is
this
just
is
gone.
after
Yeah.
praising Gaiden and praising Pirate Yakuza's Colosseums. Like,
Yeah.
Hmm. Honestly,
Wait, one buzz.
yeah, go on. Sorry, go on.
No, literally, just I was gonna say the one positive about the karaoke, the fact that Kamurocho Rhapsody and the other new song are really cool. But then it's like, why would you remove the one song that was truly Kiryu's in the game that
Yes.
introduced
Yeah.
karaoke? Because we had a lot of fillery songs, mostly hostess tracks. Nothing against them, but they pale in comparison to what the franchise would do later. Whereas Lullaby is just a really damn good song in its own right. But yeah, Rhapsody is also cool.
I know that's what I've been saying. Rhapsody's fine, but Kamurocho Lullaby again kicked off karaoke as a whole. So
Yeah.
it's important in more than one way. Like I still remember my experience with the Yakuza 3 demo all the way back in like what 2010. Just popping up that bad boy, going to the karaoke place. I was like, oh, what's this? This is new. Yakuza 1 and 2 didn't have this. And then you just see
Yeah.
Kiryu sing. It was amazing. But yeah, I mean, we can sit here all day talking about the things that could have been, but they're not going to come. So
yeah. It is, unironically, as much as we want to cover everything, it is probably best we move on because we've not hit the story yet.
And we're 2 hours and a half in, so yeah.
Yeah, maybe we don't need to talk about that. Maybe it's for the best.
Okay, so just briefly before we move on to the story, let's bring up the interview with Horii regarding why they cut content. So just to sum it up for the viewers, I might show it on the screen, but long story short, revelations, some of the sub-stories, anything that was cut really, apparently was cut because they had a different vision, and revelations, well, again, according to the interview, or not just revelations, but like the idea of like different masters is not fitting with modern game design. So moving away from that, they just decided to have one master, and yeah, they called it a day. So what do you guys have to say about that? Let's start with Froob.
Horseshit.
Thank you.
Sorry to say. Sorry to say, but it really is. Like the Horii interview mentions, like, me is the only character in this game who has a master-like role. That's because, for better or worse, Ryu 3 had separate masters and you couldn't learn techniques unless you trained with each one individually. And then goes on to say, Kiryu also goes to Tokyo partway through the game. Yet, fun fact, for your new game, you actually have a taxi back to Okinawa and vice versa at any point.
Yeah, it's just a bit more expensive. I believe 10,000 yen, but you can freely travel there.
Which is actually cheaper than the original time you have to go back in the story in OG3, because that was 30,000 yen. So,
oh, right.
Like, the excuse of, you know, oh, you're away from the other city for half the game, that's a whole load of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Did they play the game?
Yeah, that's the question you have to ask yourself at this point.
Now, I realize this sounds harsh, but I feel that a lot of this could have been avoided if they had like a lore keeper, someone that actually played the games a shit ton. I can tell them, oh no, this was a thing in this game, or oh no, this storyboard thing is something we already done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also frustrating about how, you know, they didn't want to put the revelations back in because, you know, it'd be like too much work or something like that. When all the original cutscenes that you still have in the game are still, you know, the same modeling and the same, you know, cutscene direction. Like,
even
they
down
are
to the same
lifted one
audio
to one.
sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't want to say it's lazy because I think there's a really bad rhetoric about calling devs lazy these days, because with all the new stuff that they've added in K3, they're not lazy. Like,
exactly.
It's a design decision to not include them. It's not laziness, but it just feels like, I don't know if the word is hypocritical or not, but it just feels weird to use that as an excuse when you have, so many other things in the game that are just directly lifted from the original Yakuza 3.
Mhm.
Like,
It's dissonant. I think it's the easiest way to put it.
yeah.
One of the more baffling parts of the interview is where he says, "Yeah, Revelations would be nostalgic, but that's about it. So we wanted to add new stuff." Like, if you
I
ask
mean,
me, a big
Yeah.
draw of remakes is to have nostalgia in it. Like, nostalgia sells,
Yeah.
right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
you want to add the nostalgia, but obviously, of course, you might also want to shake things up a little bit. So you add new stuff to go with the nostalgic stuff. But like, completely getting rid of the nostalgic stuff is only going to be like, you're going to have not so good feedback.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it's, as a general nitpick, it's really ironic to say, you'd end up thinking, yeah, that's nostalgic, when RGG, for a good couple of games, very much rely on people like the Obitarian or Gondaroa,
Uh,
like,
Also, the bucket list in its entirety.
Yes, that is true.
yeah, which I think serves like a different purpose. And I actually, like, for all the hypocriticalness, I do like how they do that in Infinite Wealth.
Mm.
But
Likewise.
those characters mean a lot because they were in the original.
Yeah.
Okay,
If
would you guys
start
say
taking them out?
Yeah.
legacy characters being in DLC is also like catering to nostalgia?
In a sense, I mean, it depends on your personal cutoff point of the concept of nostalgia. Like, how old does something need to be for you to have that emotion towards it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like a lot of in a bunch of the recent games, you'll just have someone like Majima's DLC, Saijima, sometimes Kiryu, or
Yeah, the
Ichiban
guy
is
from
more of a new
Trio.
character. Yeah.
Yeah. The Judgment Boys I could see because it's been a while since Judgment had come out. LJ not so
Yeah.
much because it is still relatively fresh in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
And we'll see what they're doing with those boys as well, considering, you could directly say, hey, the Infinite Wealth story beat where they turn up for 10 seconds,
mhm,
completely voiceless, just sat there in the corner. Like,
Yeah.
it's intentional because RGG put a focus on it. So,
mhm.
is that nostalgic pandering? Like how far are we or how far are RGG going here? Do you have a plan for them? Are they going to be in Lad 9? Like stuff like
Yeah,
that. Like it's frustrating.
it
A lot of
is.
this could be avoided if we just had a conversation. Like, straight up, imagine you had a one-on-one on them. It's like, what do you define as nostalgia? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you find to be the cornerstones of the series? Okay. And then when you have it outlined very directly, at least you know where you stand. But now it's so many questions that of course, everyone's going to be hyper theoretical about everything. We have no definitives. The same thing applies to the whole what happens beyond K3. We just
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to remember a long time ago they were talking about, what was it? I think it was with the original Yakuza 1. They were talking about how they had a set of rules and they had a list that you had to follow if you were making a sub story. And I'm sure that has undergone many different iterations over the past couple of years.
Mhm.
But it feels like they need something like that, you know? It feels
Hmm.
like they need something with a bit of direction, a bit of purpose.
I mean,
Yeah.
they technically had that with, how the whole an active Yakuza member can't be a protagonist of the story, but then they
Yeah.
shot themselves in the foot with Dark Ties and technically anything with Majima.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like Yokoyama said. I think the quote was literally, "You give too much credits to the canon," or something to that effect. It's like, yeah, that's the point of the canon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do recall something like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was Keisan and I believe another one of the hostesses from
Oh,
Gaiden.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
they
yeah,
visited an event, maybe the memorial event, and they talked
Yeah.
about Mine, something like that, which
yeah.
was a
Yeah.
fun video, by the way. Yeah.
Well, don't worry, guys. We're just about to get to the good part because now we're gonna move on to the story. And before we talk about anything, we're quickly gonna list like the major changes that happened. So we have
Is this
three.
bit going to be longer or shorter than the plot?
Yes.
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 Nice.
I'm gonna say longer. Okay, so we have 3 segments. I'm gonna have Gokudoni read the first one. I'll read the second one, and Fruit can read the last one. Okay, kick things off, Gokudoni.
Oh god, thank you for putting me on the spot.
I'm sorry.
No, let's go. Let's go. Okay, number 1. Everything at the beginning is the same until you get to Dokimoto's clinic, where you now have to take Haruka out for the flip phone tutorial, as well as karaoke, before taking her back to the clinic to meet Majima. Upon going to the tower, you meet Nishida as usual, but now you fight him and other family members, making him the first bona fide boss of the game. Number 2, I just realized that I went into my default narrator voice. I'm sorry.
I
if it
noticed,
sounds
I
quite
noticed.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, go on.
It's a go-to. But yeah. Number 2. Kiryu now spends an additional time in Kamurocho and goes back to Haruka at the clinic the next day for, well, whatever reason. But before you leave, you get a call from Kashiwagi, which did not happen in the OG, and you meet him for an introduction for what used to be the Hitman missions. The HLA and Ibuki, however, are gone. Number 3. Moving on to Okinawa, before fighting Rikiya over the eviction notice, you now meet a new character, Miyazato, who owns a dojo and is the one and only master that you train with. Number 4. After fighting Rikiya, there's an added scene where the Tamashiro family attacks the public market, and you have to help out, which later segues into introducing the raffle wheel, but also does add characterization to both Kiryu and Rikiya. Number 5, of 7, I should specify if you're already bored with my narration, which I
Not at
already
all.
am.
Not at all.
Number 5. Right after meeting Nakahara for the first time, you're introduced to a new side story, The Bad Boy Dragon, where you help out a gang of biker girls for a good while and you can't back out of it. Number 6. At the beginning of Chapter 3, you see the new segment with Tamiya and Suzuki before being introduced to the Orphanage side story, where you can spend time with the kids and bond with them. Shortly after, Suzuki pays the orphanage a visit and threatens Kiryu to leave the property. Suzuki was previously never seen outside of that news segment, by the way. And number 7, shortly after, a new scene with Tamiya scouting the orphanage and talking to Kiryu is also added.
Great job. Let me take over. Now, next up with number 8. A new scene showcases the kidnapping of Saki and her by her mother for Tamashiro. Number 9. In Chapter 4, you previously had to take care of a few orphanage matters before leaving for Kamurocho. Now you're forced to progress in the biker side story as well as Miyazato's dojo. Number 10. Before leaving for Kamurocho, you also have a new scene with Toma, who is Tamiya's secretary. It tries to showcase his passion for changing Okinawa for the better. Number 11. Once you arrive in Kamurocho and seek out Richardson, you are now ambushed a couple of times by the CIA before eventually fighting the guy. Number 12. In Chapter 6, when Riki arrives in Kamurocho, you now find him with Hamazaki in Children's Park instead of the Nishikiyama family members trying to abduct a woman. Number 13. Taking Rikiya to Don Quixote is now mandatory. Same goes for his tattoo sub-story, which is now just main story. Its execution is also slightly altered compared to the OG. Number 14. Chapter 7 kicks off with the newly added Nishikiyama family scenes. You now fight Hasabe and Kanda once more before going to meet Majima in Purgatory. Number 14. In Chapter 8, Lau Kalong's entrance to Kamurocho adds him being in a phone call with Hamazaki. Hamazaki suggests kidnapping Rikiya to use as leverage against Kiryu.
Number 15. Chapter 9 adds another new Hamazaki scene with him being interrogated by an acting leader of the Snakeflower Triad, trying to talk his way out of being killed. It also adds a fight with the same acting leader before going to meet Tamiya. Number 16. Before Chapter 9 ends, we see yet another new Hamazaki scene of him being hunted by the Snakeflower Triad. We then see a new scene with Suzuki, Mine, and Toma working together to obtain Kiryu's land in Okinawa. Number 17. In Chapter 10, you go back to Okinawa as usual, even though you still speak to Tamiya on the phone about finding Toma. This time, instead of Tamiya helping you with finding Toma's whereabouts, is Miyazato, the dojo master. Number 18. After the orphanage gets destroyed, there's a newly added scene of locals banding to help rebuild it. This specifically makes use of Miyazato, his biker daughter Tsubasa, and some of the locals that you meet throughout the orphanage side story and others. And point number 19. From there, it's a straight shot to the same finale, except now in the post-credits scene, Hamazaki is stopped from stabbing Kiryu by this Daidoji agent, just goes by the name of Yoshitaka Mine, the man who has erased his name. The other one.
The phrasing of that sentence, it's still really funny.
I'm glad you like it. Well,
I'm scowling right now. I hate this.
I wish I could see the webcam. Dear God.
Yeah, it's funny because in the one of the earlier bits with removing Ibiki and HLA, I was fist pumping. I was like, hell yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. There's like a very few like smaller things here and there that aren't in this summary, but these are the important ones. These are the very important ones.
I'm gonna start off on a positive note, saying I actually like some of the additions or alterations, like
Same.
the farewell scene in chapter 1, where the Majima family gives a farewell to Kiryu as he leaves Kamurocho. I think is pretty sweet.
Yep.
I can't
Let's go through the points. It's gonna be easier, probably.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Thank you. Let's see. The Kashiwagi thing was kind of whatever. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, it had the Adodec 11-8.
Oh my
bug
god.
fix.
Yeah.
Best bug of all time.
I actually don't mind that they removed the HLA and moved the Hitman stuff up to chapter 1 because it gives you a little bit more to do in Okinawa. I actually don't mind that at all. I think with the whole, remake kind of thing, trying to, like move content around, I do think that the game tries to front load a whole bunch of side content, which is why the front of the game feels like it's a lot more like densely packed in with, quotation marks filler stuff, because it is. Like,
yeah.
But I don't think it's a bad thing. I like we get to fight our boy Nishida. His kind of Majima impression, 10 out of 10. Perfect. Love my boy. Absolutely great. Yeah, the phone stuff, obviously, we were always going to get introduced to. Doing it early makes sense, Yeah. I don't mind it. I think it's fine.
I think meeting Miyazato was also nice as a way for Kiryu to actually get, like, you see him getting along with the locals.
Yeah.
Like, really, my problem with the dojo just comes from, like, a gameplay perspective for the most part. But other than that, story-wise, I thought it was solid.
The Tamashiro family public market is, like, kind of another thing of, like, adding an extra fight. The demo does something interesting where the demo, you start off by fighting Rikia in his boss fight, and then, it gives you the opportunity to run around, whereas I don't think the main game does. I think it goes straight into just the long walk and talk, which is shortened down a tiny bit in K3, but they give you this extra kind of fight as well. And it's kind of the fight that, like, I kind of like it because, like, at the end of it, it kind of shows that, Rikia has a little bit more respect for Kiryu and sees, that's what this guy is about. It's simple, it's effective, it, foreshadows the Tamashiro family a tiny bit. I like it. It's fine.
Yeah, I enjoyed that as well. And then you have the whole news segment with Tamiya and Suzuki. Like, they tried to make them a bit more involved, which I thought was nice.
Yeah. I like the fact that, you get to see Suzuki, like, visit the orphanage and do the, the scummy thing of go up to Kiryu and go, I'm gonna take your house, and then bugger off. Like, just, it makes him a bit more evil, and it just, really gives you a feeling as a player of just, this guy sucks. I like this guy.
Yeah, classic politician behavior of being like, I fucking hate you. You see, people, this is what I mean about the people of Okinawa. They have spirit. I swear to God, I am going to destroy your car. That thing over and over again.
Yeah.
Also, Tanya's scene was really damn good. Go.
Yeah. Like, and it's good for us because, we know what's going to happen in the story because, the main story beats are still exactly the same. But it's just kind of nice to give, a little bit more emphasis on us knowing that Tamiya never wanted to do the deal in the first place, but seeing him kind of go there and look and see the orphanage, just that's nice. That's good. Like, it gives more depth to him as well.
Yeah.
And he also doesn't say anything about his identity. It's just, you would imagine that he's just a regular local and he's like, I'm really sorry about what's happening, and leaves. And that's it. It's so awesome.
And Kiryu, being the dense idiot that he is, having seen him on TV earlier in the day, doesn't recognize him until, like,
of course,
5 chapters later, and goes, "Oh my god, it was that guy! That hat was the best disguise ever." This is how he was able to disguise himself with just glasses in Yakuza 0. Everyone in
Yeah.
the series is just dense.
He had great teachers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then I thought the scene where you actually see Saki's mom like take her to Tamashiro was also like a solid addition. Like it's just
Yeah.
added visualization. So like I thought it
Yeah.
was nice.
A lot
Uh,
of the game has this connective tissue where certain things that would just almost happen arbitrarily now make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then I mean we
the,
talked a bit
the
about
chapter 4.
Yeah?
Yeah. The chapter 4 stuff now, this is where all that moaning about the Bad Boy Dragon stuff earlier comes into play. It introduces you to like the Morning Glory, Jesus Christ, OG Yakuza 3. They introduced like the orphanage stuff in this bit as well. And whilst, the orphanage stuff is nice, for me it's what it replaces. Because Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 are the two first chapters where you spend a whole bunch of time with the kids. Like, you do a whole bunch of their stories, and, you get some really heartwarming stuff, etc. So, it's not really replaced with the same kind of gravitas. Like, it's different. Like, I don't think it hits quite as hard. Like, sure,
Yeah.
it gets you into the action quicker, which I think a lot of people wanted, but I'm hoping that with this, a lot of people now see what, quotation marks again, what we lost, and see how kind of important that was for Kiryu's character in K3. Because the new stuff that has been added in so far is not bad. Like, it's pretty good. It gives you a bit more of a reason to, dislike Suzuki, and a bit more of a reason to go, oh yeah, Tamiya seems like he might be an okay guy. But it's the stuff that we lose. It's the stuff that we just, don't have. It's the human side of Kiryu that you lose access to if you only follow the main story path.
Again, going back to how just, for example, Mama appears out of thin air in the orphanage. Like,
Yeah.
what's up with that?
Yeah, he's just there in chapter 2. It's just like, you got a dog. Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
It makes so many
Cool.
scenes lose impact, because if you go from K3 into Yakuza 6 now, it would just be, oh, it's just an orphanage, so yeah, he probably cares for them as being, his kids. But if you see the actual ways in which he bonds with them and helps them out, is when you realize why it's so important to him on an individual level, not just a regular one.
Yeah. It was during that, than you saying that just then, that made me realize the thing that I really fucking hate about this change with Mame. It's the stuff in chapter 11 when they go to demolish the orphanage, and they keep in the bit of the comical guy going over being, oh, I've got a sledgehammer, I'm true evil. And then he tries to sledgehammer the doghouse of Mikio, and it's just like, yeah, okay. Like, the entire bit of setup for that, for getting Mame, for Mikio wanting to make a doghouse, it's not there.
Exactly.
So it's just comically stupid now. It's just comically evil for being evil. Like, and it doesn't have the same kind of effect. It's just, yeah, Mikio got hit. Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Like,
just impact.
Yeah.
Oh wait, completely unrelated to any of this, but now that I have the visual of that part of Morning Glory in mind, you can't eat the worm anymore. I realize out of context that's such a stupid statement, but like
and 0 out of 10 remake, man. What is this?
0 out of 10.
Oh god.
But
yeah, we didn't really touch on like the changes to like the set pieces and stuff. But the Tamashiro family office is like the first like big kind of set piece that's quotation marks changed. The nice thing is the layout's still the same, but you're forced to actually go into like the side rooms and go down like a tiny little different side passage, which extends it a little bit. And again, I'm not against that. I think that's okay. Like, the original Tamashiro family office, you can just zoom through. Like, you don't actually have to fight anyone outside of the lobby and the last room. Like, you can just go past everybody. So this kind of forces you into, a couple more fights. I think that's fine. I think that's nice, Gets you a little bit more used to the game. Tamashiro isn't quite the wall that he is in the original Yakuza 3, but
Definitely
man's got
not.
hands.
Yeah.
Man's he can absolutely destroy you if he wants to. Like, man's got hands.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was actually fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I enjoyed this fight as well. They kept his quick time event as well, which is nice.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, they've removed a couple and they've moved some to just being in the middle of the fight that's like unskippable. Which, yeah, fair. You know,
Yeah.
they're still
Yeah.
good. They're still good cutscenes. You know,
hmm
but it's also the first place, as we were kind of alluding to earlier, where you don't have feel the heat.
Mhm.
Some of them have been
Yep.
reworked into the actual fights, but other than that, no feel the heat.
Yeah. And then they have this new scene with Toma. I'm gonna be honest, even though they added stuff for him, I didn't care for him still.
But it's such a weird bit because Toma is very. He wants the deal to go through, so he is very anti what you want. He wants, the orphanage land. You don't want him to get the orphanage land, but they do try to paint him in a good light of just, oh, the guy really likes Okinawa, and it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that he's technically the bad guy.
Yeah.
It is weird, isn't it? Because I think Kiryu himself goes like, yeah, I know you're against me, but like, I can respect that you're dedicated to this cause. It's
Yeah.
like, I guess that
But
works,
my
but
dude, the reason for being in this game is the orphanage, and they're trying to take it away from you, my dude.
yeah, question mark.
Jesus. I mean, can you imagine him talking to the guy with the sledgehammer and being like, you are ruining my home, but I understand you're a passionate construction worker, maybe, possibly.
I thought the added bit in chapter, I think 4 was with Richardson, like when they slow you down even more. I thought that was nice.
Chapter 5, yeah.
No, 5. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that was cool.
It's again, it's just more additions to their set pieces that are just, they're neat.
I
Like,
think
yeah.
if I'm not mistaken as well, like they wanted to slow him down getting to Kashiwagi on purpose because they wanted to get the chopper ready, so makes sense.
And it makes sense, yeah. Because for a lot of it, the same thing with the CIA, now we know about it, and Black Monday and everything. But when you play the game, it's just kind of, I think Date casually mentions, oh yeah, there's people around, and then you're just suddenly shoehorned into this, oh, I need to avoid police. Oh, here's a random dude that looks like Albert Wesker, cool.
Yeah.
And that's about it. Same thing with the Triad, same thing with, yeah.
I will say, the start of chapter 6, they cut something from the original Yakuza 3, where you do the long run away from the police segment, which is still there, but different. But then you have to do this really dumb, really long run with Date to go to his quotation marks secret hideout. K3 skips that. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm glad they do.
Choice. Good
Actually,
job.
good change, yeah.
Yep.
Like, anybody who is anybody would know, yeah, we're going to Serena, aren't we? And it's like, yes, you are. But if you walk slightly past Date, it's like you get dragged back to the beginning. So it's really stupid.
I had this thing happening.
Thank you, K3.
When I was playing OG3 before K3 dropped, I was playing on Legend and I got to this bit. I got caught by a police officer and I got a game over.
Oh no. Oh no.
Of all the things to get a game over to, yeah, it was that.
No.
Sheesh. Oh yeah, wait, speaking of Legend, it's not here. It's simply not here. The difficulty doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's not.
And another whole point towards the whole, it's very Gaiden based, very Gaiden pilled.
Yeah, definitely.
I've said this before, like, professional isn't bad. Like, there is, like, damage mitigation on reusing heat moves, which again is an issue with how little heat moves there are in this. But it does feel like, again, with them trying to make the games more accessible, we're missing that really nasty difficulty option. And we're not talking, we want something like canon difficulty from Fist of the North Star, because no. But just that whole really cool aspect of Legend. And like, Legend itself, you can argue, was losing a bit of its luster with the whole, hey, the game now auto saves, etc., etc. You could disable that. Like, I know there's still save anywhere, but there's still ways to make Legend into an actual, like, actual force, an actual, like, really hard difficulty. But it feels like RGG just wants to get away from that direction, even though it should be there for, for long-term series players who want that extra challenge,
I think the big reason for that is that they just don't think in terms of replayability. Because remember, when New Game Plus was just absent, they probably think, why would anyone replay the games or whatever? It's the same reason why when you look at Pirate Yakuza, it has New Game Plus, but you still need to acquire all of the stuff anew, like the hook, and you lose all the dark instruments. It's like they don't think people would enjoy replaying their games or exploring them after the story is done, so they just front load everything. When in reality, most of these games have, I would argue, they're better on a replay than a fresh save. Some of them more so than others. Lost Paradise.
Yes.
Yeah, like I'm about to glaze Dead Souls, and I can't believe this. Like Fist of the North Star here, where with their new game pluses for Yakuza Dead Souls, it actually gets rid of all the tutorial stuff at the very start of the game. So
Yep.
you have your weapons,
Oh.
you can just go fast. Fist of the North Star. I think we all know the infamous bit late in the game where you have to go back and forth in the desert and grind that stuff. That's gone in New Game Plus.
Yeah, just
I only
ram it.
realized that because of Snowiest video. That game sucks, but it does good things in New Game Plus. So
Gokudoni brought something up that reminded me. So it's even more weird that they don't think about replays with this franchise, because if I remember right, around the time Infinite Wealth came out, I'm not sure if they were talking about Infinite Wealth specifically or the franchise, but Yokoyama said something along the lines of, we design, again, either Infinite Wealth or our games in a way where they would be the only games you would ever need. So bearing that in mind, you would think they would, think about replays, but I don't know, like, it kind of seems like they don't with the recent games.
I mean, they maybe think you just cold restarted and everything, which to me sounds like it would be a very painful way of going back to it unless I'm going through it in a speedrun setting or whatever. Just imagine you worked for everything and then it's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
It just stopped right there in a casual sense specifically. I don't know.
Yeah. It's just so frustrating when, you New Game Plus Infinite Wealth and you have to do the 3 days of Don Doko and it's completely reset your Don Doko progression.
Yeah.
Like, you can't skip it. You can't just pick up where you left off. It is just frustrating.
Okay, well, this is a bit of a big point, but we get a pretty major change. But in Chapter 6, when you look for Kanda, you find Hamazaki with Rikia in the children's park. And I'm already going to start things off by saying that he does not feel like Hamazaki a lot of the time.
Absolutely not. Like, even like bias aside, because again, for those who somehow don't know the situation about this, the actor who now plays Hamazaki, Teruyuki Kagawa, he's a sex pest. So I'd there's a lot of very good info out there from the folks from the hashtag Remove Kagawa movement that I would highly recommend you go and seek out. Go and actually look up, and they've done very good informative videos presented with hard evidence of this is what this guy did, this is why he's a bit of a scummy piece of crap. And that bias aside, he's still bad. He's just still bad.
It's the most boring type of, I don't know how to describe it. The only thing that this performance, let's label it that, brings is a very boring type of voiceover where it's like, I am evil because I am evil. And he also just makes weird facial, like if someone says, oh, they employed him because he can make grimaces, you do realize that they carry over the facial animations from OG3, so it's pointless, right?
Yep.
The whole duck scene, that's not his acting, that's the regular scene being the way it is, that type of stuff.
That interview,
it's just boring.
That interview where they're like, oh, we got him because he can do expressions, like, yeah, no wonder, like an actor acting, like, who would have thought?
Yep. It's
Jesus Christ, anyone can do it.
We're not trying to absolve the original Hamazaki's actor, because he himself also did some real bad things. But
exactly.
The whole point about original Hamazaki and the acting of the original Hamazaki is that it was a gradual build-up. It wasn't just, as Gokudoni said, a literal switch to 10 of just it's a literal build-up of that kind of creepiness, instead of just trying to almost play it like a parody of Sense, or just a stereotype of what evil Yakuza guy is supposed to be. And this scene in Chapter 6 with Rikia is just that. It is just him constantly being this, sleazy 100, piece of crap. It's not as good. It doesn't
I gotta
work.
say, that scene is also made
story-wise
funnier.
Contextually.
Sorry,
I was going to say, story-wise contextually, I do kind of like it, because it does make more sense of just, he's the one that tells the Snake Flower Triad to go after him. Let's go after Rikia. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I like the kind of story implications of that, but that scene just sucks.
It's even funnier when you look at just how much shorter he is compared to Kiryu.
Yes! Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. Like, I'm 5'2" myself, so I'm not exactly into, hitting on small men. But the scene in Tojo HQ when it's all the lieutenants and he's just slumped back in his chair and he's so much shorter than Mine is just, what's happening here? Like, the entire scene was so off until I realized it was the height difference. Like, going completely the opposite way of just, okay, this is weird, actually.
Jesus. I would
Yeah.
appreciate it if Majima or Mina just went, I would headbutt you, but I would get scoliosis in trying to do it.
Again, I do like the idea of Hamazaki being more of a snake. Like, they're giving him like
Yeah.
these scenes where he's the one like plotting in the background. But again, it's just with a lot of the additions with Hamazaki here, it does not feel like it's Hamazaki. It feels like it's a different character.
Yep.
And it's even more, it's so wild that it's even more jarring than the K2 change for, I think his name was Terashima, who was a
Takashima?
real
Yeah,
young guy.
Takashima?
Yeah,
Right,
Takashima,
right.
who was a real young guy in OG2. But in K2, he's a old man face actor.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
a complete 40-year shift in age almost. And you don't fight him in the game. But I really like that in OG2 where he's a younger guy. He is more crafty, Whereas in K2 he's just an older dude. But even then he does a much better job because he's completely different than new Hamazaki. Who's just bland. Like,
Yeah. For the amount of lip service about the supposed acting talents, I don't know if it was better in the other ones. Not that a good performance would make up for all the other shit that was done, but it's yeah, this was bloody bland.
You guys might have noticed there's some weird changes with him in general, like with the duck scene. Why does he swallow the duck and then look at the screen, bro? Like, why is he looking at me?
Yeah. We'll get to it later, but why the hell in the ending post-credits monologue is he staring at the screen when he says it? Like, it feels like RGG is using him as one, a way of absolving him of what he's done in the past as the actor, and two, saying it bluntly to the audience's face of, yeah, this is the whole underlying point, numbnuts, when writers, subtext, blood, cowards, etc.
Jeez, they watched The Shining for the first time in their lives, and they watched Jack Nicholson stare at the camera occasionally, emphasis on occasional, and they were like, "That's genius! We can implement it everywhere," and then it doesn't work.
God.
Having said that, one positive thing that happened after this is that Rikia's tattoo sub-story is actually a main story thing now, so...
Fully agreed.
Like,
Agreed.
I feel like it had enough significance for it to be main story. Like, it added characterization to Rikia, so seeing it, being given this importance was really nice. And again, the execution is slightly different. Like, in the original, the one guy he picks a fight with, shows off this silly tattoo. Meanwhile, here, I think you face off against Nishikiyama family members, actually. If I remember right.
Yes, because they're still pissed and they're trying to. I think the dude there is trying to go up the chain of command now that Kanda has been quote unquote out of commission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
did it just before that bit as well. The Love Hotel. It's possibly one of the biggest set piece changes, but I really like it because unlike in the original, where if you know the rooms that he's in, you can go straight to them. In this one, you are forced to open the rooms and forced to do extra fights, but it keeps that flavor of the original where there's 3 different rooms and you have to figure out, hey, is this the room that he's in, etc. And again, if you know what the room is, you can go straight there, but it just keeps that essence of the original whilst giving you more to do. That is what we like. It is really nice.
It also just the older ones had the thing where if you open the wrong door, you just see kinky stuff going on. But this time, you actually have a benefit from opening one of the doors. I'm not gonna say what type of activity leads to that, but let's say it's an HP refill. Yeah, I mean, you know what it is.
I was gonna say it, but it would probably get Leon banned from this podcast.
Yeah,
open up.
Subscribe.
Yeah,
Become a channel member to hear what we were gonna talk about.
A slight deviation with that in mind. Is it me or not? And it goes back to the sub stories a bit. Is it me or not? Or is Kiryu weirdly horny in this game?
Yep.
It feels like they kind of just made him just a horn dog. which is a bit weird.
There's one
Like,
sub-story
and
I
I know-
recall where that happens.
Oh, that one.
It's the internet
Yeah.
service provider thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
just boobies. Show me where.
All
Like-
three. It wasn't even 3 options. It's just like, you have my attention now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I get they're playing that off for like the humor kind of things, but with where Kiryu is as a character now, and I know this is set Yakuza free and OG Yakuza free, he was a little like that, so you can say it is a little faithful. But when it's just the one thing, like, and then there's other things like as well that just seem a bit more out of character for Kiryu. It just feels weird. Like,
Mm.
Yeah.
anyway, sorry, that was just little tangent there. Just the things I don't like about this game. They kind of mess with Kiryu's character a little bit.
I see where you're coming from. I mean,
It's a good point. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it is. Having said that, though, where were we? Oh, yeah.
The beginning of chapter 7, which completely unnecessary. Why did you add that?
Oh, yeah.
No.
More of a reason to
Yeah.
hate Conda.
No, that
Holy
was just
yeah.
too much.
You don't need that.
Exactly. They could have just gone, oh yeah, he's pissed. And I mean, you probably already know what's happening, but we're not going to describe it word
Yeah.
by word. Let's just say an older scene
Kanda's
returns, but
tendencies.
it has, yeah, Kanda, Jesus.
It's
that was-
brutal.
for
Yeah.
how much people like to cry about, and I have to phrase it like that. Not, it doesn't apply to everyone, obviously, but crying about, oh, new Yakuza isn't serious. You do realize that adding something this edgy into it isn't going to help it out. It's about moderation, like I talked about in my Yakuza and edginess video. Like this, you could argue, oh, it's a crime story and everything. There are certain scenes that you leave out and they have more impact than outright showing it to someone.
It's so much worse in this when obviously a lot of us in the Western community are outraged at RGG for hiring a guy who sexually assaulted
Yeah.
someone.
Yeah, like, it's just a
Like,
double
yeah.
whammy.
The gameplay additions, like we mentioned it very briefly, you get to fight Kanda again in that chapter, which is cool. Like having a reboss fight, yeah, sure. Like there's some new stuff in there. He picks up and throws guys like the dudes in Lost Judgment do. It's genuinely
Yeah.
kind of cool. But those scenes are not necessary in the slightest.
Mm.
We also fight Hasebe again, which is also cool.
Yeah.
because he just ends up disappearing in the original Yakuza 3 after the Stardust fight.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Despite
it's
being
nice
a
to have a little
prominent
bit of
member.
closure.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nice to have closure.
Chapter 8, once again, another Hamazaki scene with Lau Kalong on the phone. He's the one that plants the idea of kidnapping Rikia into Lau Kalong's head.
Yeah.
I know they're trying to, like, again, implement Hamazaki more, but this one kind of took me out of it a little because it was like, oh, like such an obvious addition. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like...
It is the writer's context coward meme of just, you really don't have to, tell everything.
Yes,
don't have to
yes,
show it.
thank you. Yes,
Like-
yeah.
And I kind of like that they added that, but it is that just thing of just, okay, we really are dumbing it down at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
The-
think
the
that's a good way of
perfect
putting it.
example. It's the same with that one scene from Yakuza 0 Director's Cut where a dude says, yeah, you should probably fix this one item, which then ruins the surprise at the end. It's that thing. You don't need to explain everything.
Chapter 9, another Hamazaki scene. This time when he gets interrogated by the acting leader now for the Snake Flower Triad because Lau Kalong dies, as we all know.
Beautiful eyes.
Beautiful eyes.
So now Hamazaki's in trouble. He's trying to worm his way out of like this deal with the Snake Flower Triad, and he just barely manages to do so. So once again, like seeing his dealings with the the Triad and all that, I think that's a nice addition because we barely saw anything in the original. I
It's
didn't
just
mind
implied
this.
that he's gone into hiding.
Yeah. And then also you get one fight with this acting leader before meeting Tamiya. I think it was okay. Like it wasn't needed, but sure.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's all right.
And actually,
It's much like the rest of the stuff. It's cool. It's neat. It's all right.
yeah, it actually gives a bit more substance to a chapter that was otherwise just one thing. Like chapter 7, when we bring back Kanda and Hamazaki, it was just fight Majima and you're done. And chapter 9 was just the plot and you're done. Now we added
Yeah.
something else to it.
True. Yeah.
Which, if anyone is curious at home because I haven't mentioned it, yes, the plot is there. Yes, in its
Yes.
entirety. It's
Yep.
changed up a little bit in the game very obviously goes between every, unlike a bullet point list previously, in between every like conversation point, you're allowed to move around. You can't leave, but you're allowed to walk around Tamiya's office. It's neat, sure, okay.
You can just admire the man's accomplishments, his office, his
No, that's
suit.
genuinely awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, but the plot is just, it's there. It is still there.
it's beautiful.
You can still meme on it. Have fun.
I love that. Unironically, I love that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that at least being like pretty much the exact same. And then after after you escape with Majima in the truck, you get a new scene where you see Suzuki along with Mine and Toma all together in one room, and they're like plotting, the takeover of Kiryu's land. And again, that's just nice added little context. I thought that was a nice scene.
Yep. Yeah, agreed.
Not much to say about it really, because it's a pretty short scene.
Okay.
And then in chapter 10, you're back to Okinawa. And then again, just a small change where this time Miyazato is the one that kind of helps you find Toma. So there's that.
Chapter 10, I feel for me, this is the thing that summarizes how I feel about K3 the most.
Hmm.
So in OG Yakuza 3, you get three more stuff with the kids from the orphanage. That's completely gone in K3, for those who don't know. You literally can just, I think you just go straight to Toma in the meeting, which
Yeah.
for, progression wise and, time wise, that's kind of nice. You just go straight there. But the big thing that I find myself missing, and this is wild because I loathe it in the speedrun for OG3, Ricky Mask.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
Ricky Mask is a quotation marks fixed wrestling fight in the original, and it's just not there in K3. Like, and the thing is, with all these additions, second Canada fight against a brand new Snakefire Triad guy, they're cool and all, but you remove the Ricky Mask Dragon Mask fight that you could have turned into a really cool boss fight. You could have had a
Yep.
second Ricky boss fight.
Yeah.
And you could even have just had him with the same move set as obviously like the start of the game, or
Mhm.
given him something new, and it would have just given a little bit more deepening to your bond with him, which is what it does in the original, because
Mhm.
you do this for Taichi. So
Yeah.
it's all about that, like that missing kind of just, we had something, you took it away, and the subsequent like additions just don't really add to it in any way. Like,
Yeah.
you just could have done something really cool here, and you didn't. Like that it's just frustration. Like,
I feel like that's at the core, like, of K3, right? Like, they have such cool additions, but then as much as you just want to admire the cool additions, you have all of these just like either unnecessary things or changes
Yeah.
that really makes it hard for you to fully like, appreciate what they've done.
yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think that's word for word perfect. Yeah.
And you could appreciate it if it was a compliment, as they've said they would be, if the OG was available.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, with the full context of what we have, this would be an excellent, like, cumulative piece of 3 plus K3. But now that there's emissions,
Mhm.
we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
And it is just nice that you don't, mess around waiting for Toma and his 3-day meeting.
Yeah.
But that
yeah.
stuff is important. Like, it really is.
Yeah.
It's
that
like,
was just a
it's the
time
bit
skip.
yeah, it's the bit before the orphanage gets destroyed. So, you've just spent all that time, even if you don't like it, you spent all that time with the kids, for the orphanage, and then it gets destroyed. So it
Mm.
has even more weight and impact in the original because of the fact that, even if you disliked it and you wanted to get on with things, well, what was the last 30 minutes for? Because, it builds up you caring about the orphanage and the kids. Whereas, all of that stuff is just side content in this game. So it's just, why do you care?
Mhm.
That's the problem. Why do you care?
Like, it's then pretty much a straight shot to the finale, I believe. Well, actually, no, we forgot something. The after the orphanage gets destroyed, the locals actually help fix it. How did you guys feel about that?
I like
Nice.
that. Yeah.
Same.
Good addition. Like, makes good use of the new characters, gives them a reason.
Absolutely. this is the kind of thing that I really like to see with side stuff. Like, for example, in the first Judgment, you had all these
Yep.
friendships, and at first you were like,
Yep.
man, this is such a chore. But then when you see
Yeah,
the
but then-
final, like, sub-story with that, it's like, god damn,
yeah.
this was worth it.
Yeah. I think that is one of my absolute most favorite RGG sub-stories, because everything you have done for the past like 40 odd hours with side content and stuff, it pays out.
Yeah.
It really does. Like, and RGG have just not really done that ever again. They kind of do with Lost Judgment, but not
Mhm.
to the same degree.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah, I would like to see them
It's
do that
nice.
again.
I know we're
Right.
about to get to the post-credits scene.
Oh.
Can I
Worried.
praise the game before we get there?
Sure.
Because when
Because,
we get
yeah.
there, it's going to be excruciatingly negative.
Yep.
Go for it.
I really like the finale set piece. Like, one of the
Same.
like Yakuza 3 was it wasn't the first one, because obviously Kenzan existed, but in the mainline series, it was the first like big finale set piece that is one constant long set piece. Because
Yeah.
obviously with OG1 and OG2, they didn't have like a full model of Kamurocho for OG2, so it was all segmented into fights one after another, which was
Yeah.
cool in and of its own,
Mhm.
but it wasn't a big long set piece, unlike, you know, Kenzan and Yakuza 3. Now, Kenzan's finale set piece doesn't know when to fucking stop. Kenzan needs to just stop, like 20 minutes ago. But with OG3, one of the things that I really like about that set piece, you start from the bottom, you go all the way up to like the top of the hospital, and as you're going up, you are going through all of the like different enemy types in the game, and it gets progressively harder and harder because you're going up against the harder and harder ones. I really like that, and that is actually something in essence that they kept in K3. It's a little different, but in essence, they actually kept that, and I really respect that for it, like actually following most of it, and then adding a fighter jet. Which I'm not
Oh,
sure
yeah,
how
that
I
was
feel
awesome.
about that still. It's just there. It's just all right, cool, okay, cool, sure. And I kind of like what they do with, you know, the boss fights. Like Ricardson, the first Ricardson fight is pretty much the same, but the second one with the CIA agents, they're made a little easier, and the Ricardson fight has one less HP bar. And that intro is so extra that it's bordering on stupidity, and I love it. It's so good.
Are you talking about the added like dynamic intro?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
love
so
that.
stupid, and I love it.
Same. Yeah.
You,
Yeah.
you do miss Ricardson telling you to go to hell, which is a shame.
Yeah. God.
It's still good. It's still
It
good.
is. It
And
is.
again, I would like to glaze the game for one more thing. They
Uh-huh.
nailed the Mine boss fight.
Yeah.
That
so-
yeah. Oh my god.
I know what you two are going to talk about, because for those who don't know, I did K3 first. These two did Dark Ties first. So in the Mine final boss fight, you get the normal like combos, you get like the normal Mine phases, and then you get this extra special last phase that actually has his Dark Awakening from Dark Ties.
Mhm.
That is so fucking cool. That's the good stuff.
Hell
That's
yes.
the very good stuff.
Dear God, they nailed. I can't believe they nailed it. Because
Yeah.
I've been so mixed on the combat system, and I was like, okay, I need to prepare myself for whatever is gonna happen with Mina. Like, it's gonna be lesser than the original because it doesn't have the multiple heat stages like purple, red, and orange.
Yeah.
It's not gonna
Yeah.
have the full moveset, etc. But having played Dark Ties before it, knowing the actual moveset inside out, I still didn't imagine them that they would go with the Dark Awakening. And it literally popped the second after I went into Extreme Heat, and I was just like, holy fucking
Hell yeah.
God. I can't believe, genuinely, props to whoever designed that one. Even the aura break, maybe it's just because he's more of an agile fighter, but it felt like a proper back and forth constantly. I didn't feel
Yeah.
like I was doing, toothpick amounts of damage. It was just perfect.
I'm so glad I decided to get the Tiger Drop before that segment. And it was actually, pretty usable. Like, again, the Tiger Drop in this game, fantastic. I made a lot of use out of it in the Mina fight. And, like, it still didn't end in 2 seconds. I got to enjoy the fight, even with all the Tiger Drops that I landed. The Dark Awakening thing happening in the middle of the fight, also just like a chef's kiss. I think the track, I need to listen to it again, but it's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's it's something that I actually wanted to bring up was I like a lot of the music like changes in this and remixes, which is very different than the usual Kiwami stuff where I don't like them.
Mm.
But I feel like there's something weird with the music mixing. Like,
Yeah, it definitely
it feels like there's something weird going on with like the tinniest, like the tinniest of like the sounds of like the actual instruments and the electronic stuff kind of like not blending well together.
Is this the part where we talk about lyricism without tears?
Oh god, that could be its own thing. Jesus.
Yeah.
No, it ultimately, I think the best. I realize this isn't gonna say much if you aren't a music nut, but let's say the mix sounds very dry. Part of it does boil down to the fact how in the older games you would have more atmospheric bits be very prominent in the background, which is part of the mixing that was very reminiscent of the mid to late 2000s. A part of it is also due to the MIDIs that they used. So, or rather, I'm assuming that they used MIDIs and not real instruments in every single part of the instrumentation, which sound modern. They are very polished, but it boils down to how it sounds very digitized. It lacks a bit of that roughness that used to be present, which really defined the early era of Yakuza. So when I hear something like Fly, which one of my favorite tracks, and unlike a lot of people, I think they did it justice, even though it's a lesser version of the original. When I hear the guitar, I love the fact that there's more distortion in it, but I just feel like I'm listening to a Kemper, which if you know about guitar stuff, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. It doesn't sound like a proper tube amp. It's just, yeah, it's too digital, it's too, polished, it's too tight. There needs to be some lack of refinement present for that to really hit. And that's something that's present in a lot of the OST tracks, even though some of them really do well. But like Froob said, the atmospheric bits don't really weld well with the other stuff, and you have the impression that a part of the original instrumentation is layered underneath in the mix, but it's overpowered by the new stuff, so it just clashes with no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said a lot of stuff here. Sorry.
No, it's perfectly like summarizes how I feel about it. It's like, unlike most of the Kiwamis that like change up the soundtrack and stuff, I actually quite like the soundtrack of K3, but there's just something weird about it, and I think you've hit the nail exactly precisely on the head. Like,
yeah, like some tracks hit for me, like in very short. Some tracks did hit for me. I like the Pure Malice remix. I thought that was solid, for example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some others didn't really care for as much. But yeah, like there were solid tracks. All in all, are we
we've
ready
managed to finally? I was going to say we managed to finally be super positive about the game after 3.5 hours, and oh boy.
And here,
do we have to talk about this?
We have to.
I'm dreading this.
It culminates.
It's so funny because I obviously, as I just said, I went into this with normal K3 being my first experience. You knew about the bush. Did you think that K3 was going to reference the bush? And then obviously it didn't, but you got what you got. Did you expect a post-credit scene to change that much?
Wait, hold that phone. My favorite thing about, because I checked out both of your reactions to the finale, and I specifically remember Froob saying, "I'm glad that they didn't talk too much about how Mina survived." And I was like, "Oh, sweet, you poor sweet summer child."
Oh my god! I think I said that like a minute whilst the credits were rolling before the post credits, and it's like I've said this before. There's dumb stuff in the series. You don't have to explain it. It's kind of better if you don't. And then a minute later, there's the bush. Yep, okay.
and also Leon's reaction, I think verbatim, you're just like, "We had a good thing going, you son of..."
Yeah.
I was in tears in both of those statements. Beautiful, genuine reactions. Like,
yeah.
Fuck.
We'll talk about the bush when we do the DT part, which is you can now understand why it's a separate thing with how long this has been going.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, it's the same for both games. In that both games I was kind of really vibing with until the post credits happened. Then it's just like, fuck off. Stop.
Oh dear God.
Don't.
Yeah. So like just to sum up the whole post-credit scene in K3,
Go.
Kazuki, Yuya, Kiryu, and Haruka are still there, like talking to each other. But then you see Hamazaki in the shadows, like you see him alone this time, just like looking at Kiryu. And knife in hand, before he makes a move, he's stopped by this mysterious person. Now, who is this guy? Yoshitaka Mine, obviously. So Mine just has this like big conversation with Hamazaki about why it's not worth going after him, because apparently Kiryu taking care of the orphanage is some kind of like purgatory or some like punishment, or like I don't fucking know, man. Like it kind of feels like they're trying to get you to change how you view Kiryu in Yakuza 3. Like they're trying to tell you, oh, you should feel this way about how Kiryu is like at the end of Yakuza 3. Like he's not actually happy for whatever reason. Like, you know, oddly
they don't
enough,
understand him. That's it. Go.
oddly
please.
enough, I'm sorry about this. I do not mean to like, how do I say? I do not mean to just slander Yakuza 5 for no reason. But Yakuza 5 kind of brought a similar point, if you guys remember. They were like, oh, Kiryu was like taking care of the orphanage, but in reality, he hungered for battle. He wanted to fight. They did a similar thing here with the, like, you know, what Mine said about Kiryu. Like, oh, he's looking after kids, trying to find a happy ending, but in reality, he's like, you know, he doesn't want this life. He's actually still like a violent Yakuza who hungers for battle. And it's like, did you really have to do all that?
Yeah. It's incorrect.
The thing with the Yakuza 5 thing is, because his part comes first in Yakuza 5, you actually have stuff after that the entire rest of the game works through, including leading to what a lot of people hate about Haruka's decision to, you know, mention Kiryu and walk off and throw that life away to be with Kiryu. Like, it's a nice culmination of Kiryu's going to get that life. But in K3, no. It's the end of the game. And the thing that is annoying, and the thing that I think a lot of us hate about this, what the fuck was the point of having the original speech at the end of the fight? Because you have just contradicted that 5 minutes later. Completely.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing?
I have one thing to say.
Go.
Come walk with me down the wrong path.
No, fuck it, no. The dial, I don't know who wrote that final scene. They do not, I realize this is as dickish of behavior as you can say, but they do not understand the characters they have written. Maybe they didn't play the game in a while, but here's the thing about Kiryu and his old fighting spirit, whatever the fuck. If you look at any of the games, do you genuinely get the impression that he just fights for the sake of fighting? No. He's one of the person. He is someone who has this huge, you know, savior complex. He needs to save other people so they avoid what he had to live through. The reason why he gets into a fight is because he has something to defend. The reason why he removes himself in Yakuza 5 is because he believes that's the good thing for his family. And once he steps into the whole deal, is to both protect his newfound family in Fukuoka, but also to prevent all the further bloodshed from reaching, you know, that's the whole thing. It's like, it's not fighting for the sake of fighting. He has respect for the fighters who have a genuine reason behind fighting him. It's a matter of respect. It's not, oh, I need to fight people. He's not the, you know, caricaturized version of Majima before we realize what kind of person he is behind the Mad Dog moniker. Like, that entire thing, if it's like, I need to keep fighting, I'm miserable. Yeah, I don't know, you were pretty happy in Yakuza 4, you know, when you were with your family, and in Yakuza 6, when you got to visit them after you got out of prison, and then in Gaiden, when you saw them happy and you're crying and everything, and they were finally fulfilled, and in Infinite Wells, when you finally got...
Yep. And it's like, even the arguments that, you know, early Kiryu was not fighting for anyone. Yakuza 1, early on, he's fighting for Haruka. He's fighting for Yumi. He's even fighting for Nishiki. He's trying to save him. And, you know, we all know how that goes. And it's tragic. But, like, it's...
Wait.
I hate it.
Can you get everything you need to off your chest? Because I feel the need that once I go over my 3 major points why I utterly despise this ending, we're gonna be here for a fucking hour.
Go, Liam.
if I'm just gonna say, if they were gonna like revive him, sure, well, fucking whatever. Like, you've been reviving people for like the past 2 games, or maybe even more, but that last cutscene, I think, I don't know. Like, you could have either just not had Mine there at all, just had it play out the same way. Like, I think it would still deliver the point of Hamazaki's character as well, like trying to turn over a new leaf or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm at a loss right now too. I don't know what I want to take this.
I also hate how they just when they talk about Kiryu and like how they think that he's just trapped in this cycle and they're looking directly into the camera about it. It's like stop. Come on. This is not clever writing. This is not good writing. And it's very clear that they just want to make new stuff with Kiryu. And obviously with the events of Infinite Wealth, they can't obviously carry him on in the main series. So we got to do some way to do that. And let's just screw over everything that just came beforehand. Why? Like, and like the whole, I've seen some people be all like, oh, why aren't the next few games going to be called, Kiwami 4, etc. I'm kind of glad they're not going to do that anymore, because this game, as much as like K1, K2, change side content and stuff like that, they didn't mess with the main story. They didn't, make things irreparable.
Yeah.
K3 has.
Yeah.
K3 absolutely has.
And for literally no logical reason. Because if someone's gonna go the argument of, oh no, we wanted to bring Kiryu back, when you could have brought him back? With the story of Yakuza 7, where you had him actually, he contributed to the story. Writing-wise, it made sense for him to be an occasional mentor role, because clearly the Daidoji had some semblance of leeway. If you wanted to write more stories about him, the one thing that's preventing you from doing that is bloody Infinite Wealth, the last game in the main lines that you've fucking written.
God. The Daidoji thing is a rabbit hole, because even with Infinite Wealth, he can argue like the leeway that he has. Like, can it even be called leeway? Because he can do whatever the fuck
Highly
he wants.
Inconsistent. Gaiden proved that enough money is enough. He has some semblance of. He has done so much for them that with the amount of stuff that they forgive him by the end of Gaiden, it makes sense. But like,
why the hell do we have to keep like tying everything back to the Daidoji and the
I don't know, like
why?
Dude, Stranger Than Heaven is going to be about the Daidoji. Like, there's no other way.
I hope not.
There's no other way. They're setting them up way too much.
To be. I mean, one of you two, I think it may have been Froob. I think you literally called it, what if they're preparing for Lad 9 to be about the Daidoji being the final faction? I'm not sure which. I know someone in the podcast called it out, and I keep thinking to that, it's like, dear God, they were right.
And I'm sure you guys heard this theory as well. Not a rumor, a theory that they're setting up like this, Avengers kind of deal where you have like all the dead characters come back, and it's like one big fight against like whoever the fucking big bad is. It's like, I guess they can do that, but like
we've not seen it. We all know Ryuji is alive, and Ryuji is the most believable death out of all of them, because again, you can just say that at the end of Yakuza 2, he just passed out in Kaoru's arms, and then Date and Sudo arrested him, and he served time because he tried to blow up Kamurocho. That's believable. Mm-hmm. It's not the biggest twist in terms of Yakuza twists, but it's the most believable thing, rather than man fell in bush.
That bush, that bloody wait, are we just gonna the topic of the death retcons? The funniest or probably most tragic thing about all of this is that they didn't even technically address the big retcons that they've done in Yakuza 7 and Infinite. Because think about it. Kashiwagi is still soaked in blood after the helicopter attack. Lau Ka-long still has a hole in his bloody forehead thanks to Joji aimbot Kazama. Richardson is nowhere to be found. Not even in a bush. So the fact that they went out of their way to explain, like, they could have gone. If you look at the K3 scene in isolation, where Hamazaki's like, how did you survive? And I think he just says, don't worry about that now. Even that would have been better than this. Than what we got in DT and here.
I genuinely think I would have been more accepting of, hey, somehow Ricardson has a parachute and they just parachute down to the ground.
Let me stop you guys right there. Do you really, like, with what we got with Mine, do you really want explanations for Lau Ka-long, Richardson, and the others? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, it's literally just shoot them somewhere else. Or I don't know, Kashiwagi got, I don't know, somewhere. They've had that whole scene in Infinite where they hid away in one of the offices from the gunfire. He could have just said, it's a couple of wounds, leave Kiryu so that the police doesn't catch you, but the wounds weren't fatal. Or I don't know, Lau Ka-long just shot him in the arm or the stomach or the toe, big toe. I don't bloody know.
I think one of the reasons why people dislike Yakuza 4's twist is because they explain it off as rubber bullets. If they'd have just not said rubber bullets and just, left it, ambiguous, or hey, they all have body armor on, people wouldn't have been memeing on rubber bullets for years. And, I think this is the exact same thing of just stop explaining the trick. Like,
Yeah.
magicians don't explain their trick, and that's what makes it better. You don't have to explain every plot point. Like, holy crap, you do not. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think I would ever find a plot point I hated more than Mirror Face. And here we are. Amazing.
No, this is worse. This puts to me, the lowest point Yakuza story-wise, and people don't even think about it. To me, it's the rooftop scene in Yakuza 5 where everyone gets shot and everyone's shirtless.
Yeah.
To me, that's
Yeah.
the dumbest thing ever. This is
Yeah.
somehow worse. Because, look, here's the thing with all of that. Regarding Mina being revived specifically, I'll give them some credit. Emphasis on the word some. Because after Richardson appeared in Infinite, RGG had to say something about Mina. I'm not saying elaborate on his death, but the fact that all of these characters were walking, talking plot holes that you literally interact with in the critical path. So you can't go the route of, oh, the Richardson is just there in the side content. No, he's not. He and Kashiwagi are actively being interacted with, but I digress. So they had to address Mina in some capacity. Hell, even Mina suddenly being alive wouldn't have been as big of an issue if it weren't for the way how they revived him. Because it's, again, this type of writing makes Mirrorface look like a redefining of the medium by comparison. I can't believe that. I've said this in one of the kind of in-between sections that we've had. I'm not sure if it's going to be present, where we talked about Persona. But they could have, if you played Persona 5 Royal, and you know how some of the activities in your game will determine a slightly different final scene, they could have gone that route. Even the ending of DT could have been just, slight spoilers for DT, but Mina bowing and disappearing and leave it at that. It would have been graceful, or at least more graceful than this. But between, the title drops and the choice of words here that in no semblance of imagination or anything has anything to do with the characters you have established for the remainder of either OG3 or K3, this is just objectively bad writing. I'm sorry, it is.
Yeah, I hate to say it as well, because this series has had very good writing, both like story-wise, character-wise. This is bad. This is just bad.
Do you guys think this ties into their philosophy of like intentionally making controversial writing to rile people up and have them talk about the game?
I mean, this is definitely a Yokoyama thing. I would say so.
Like, I feel that's too tinfoil hat theory, but I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna piss people off. I'm gonna piss a lot of people off with this.
Go ahead.
From everything, that's come out about this, there has been a big subset of people that have been overglazing a certain person.
Oh no.
That used to be involved in this series. I'm gonna piss people off.
Oh
people are glazing Nagoshi way too hard. Because a lot of the dumb shit that's like, Nagoshi would never replace this guy with a sex pest, kind of did already. Like, he's already been replacing people in like K2, etc., etc. Nagoshi would not be behind some really stupid plot points, rubber bullets, mirror face, like
Joji Kazama.
Nagoshi. Nagoshi is not the be all end all that you think he is. He is not the person that would be a savior of the series. Would these decisions be different? Maybe. Who knows? Like, Nagoshi has changed things previously. Again, we go back to Takashima from Yakuza 2, but main plot points are still exactly the same. But I think it is a way of just people wanting, the Nagoshi era style of the kind of writing in games. Like, not to like, to kind of, not fully dunk on people for all the Nagoshi glazing. I think there is too much Nagoshi glazing. I think there really is. Like, but that's not to say that, people shouldn't be excited for like Gang of Dragon, because I am.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be different in a good way. I just think the problem that we've got at the minute is all the previous dumb decisions that the series has made kind of like really get exemplified by the Daidoji. And it's the fact that, again, we're back to the fucking Daidoji. Like, it's embellic of just what the fucking problems are with this series at the minute. And it's one of the reasons why I have hope for Stranger Than Heaven, is that I really just hope it's its own thing. Like Judgment and Lost Judgment. Like, don't have the baggage that the main series currently has. Like, is K3 even main series at this point? Like,
Yeah, that's the big question. Yeah.
like it's a massive issue, and I guess it has to be because Sega have removed free remaster from sale, which is the other thing that I have a bloody issue with. Is that if you are going to take a hypothetical KE4 in a new story-wise direction, are you gonna remove the original Yakuza 4 from sale like you did original 3? Because
Clearly.
Well, you know how
Wait,
it goes. K4, you know, OG Yakuza 4 has a lot of outdated things, so we want to add the new, like a lot of new things, and that's exactly why we want to take away the original, so people don't get to see how the old experience is like.
Wait, now that you brought this up, and excellent points from both of you. But here's probably the one most obvious example why this is a poor choice for why K3 is a poor choice for the franchise moving forward. And it all boils down to a singular act done by Hamazaki, which wasn't done in K3. I don't think people realize the implications of what removing this one event does to the story moving forward, so allow me to point out just a handful of fucking things. If Hamazaki doesn't stab Kiryu at the end of Yakuza 3, this means that Hamazaki doesn't end up in prison, which means no one tells Saejima about the Sasai family's downfall, which means no one helps him break out of prison. Hamazaki doesn't wash up on shore at Kiryu's orphanage, meaning that he doesn't tell him about the connection between the police and the 10 billion yen. Which
Oh,
also
God.
means that Haruka doesn't have this cool moment of not trusting Hamazaki, which would have led to his redemption
Stop.
arc later.
No.
Which, at this point, basically half of the protagonists in Yakuza 4 have no direct reason to partake in the story. And I get, you can theoretically write your way around this, but right now, the story going from K3 to the rest of the franchise doesn't make sense. And this is just one thing that I brought up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, maybe I can blame Resident Evil 9 for this, but I legitimately did not think that far ahead. I did not think that far ahead. What the hell?
Oh, I did. The moment I saw that scene and the moment I heard people talking about it, I was like, no, do you realize the implications of one event or lack of an event?
Wow.
When I finished my casual playthrough and saw like the cutscene at the end of K3, I think I went on a whole bunch of mental gymnastics because it was like, oh, I'm sure they can figure this out somehow. You can have the Daidoji plant Hamazaki in jail or something. But again, that's just one little thing. Like Hamazaki's redemption arc won't happen, which I'm kind of glad if you're going to have a sex pest in the role of Hamazaki. But
exactly,
it's still important to the overall narrative. Like, I can't. And for the people who are going to go, oh, they couldn't, work out any places for Kiryu games, I'm going to drop a number. I'm going to drop a number that many people have been saying about for years. 02. You can do games at any point in the storyline as long as they don't mess with the pre-existing storyline, because we are now messing with the pre-existing storyline.
Yeah.
And like, my idea for 02 is actually a little different. I actually kind of like this one. Kiryu wouldn't be playable. It would actually be Nishiki Majima instead. But the point is, you can do Kiryu games elsewhere. You really can. Like, just this is, again, I don't want to use like lazy, because this is not lazy. It's bad. It's bloody terrible. And this is where I understand the community's frustration and also fear for what is going to happen in the future, because I do think that we are at probably the most pivotal turning point that we have ever had as Yakuza fans, in terms of just, we don't know what they're about to do.
Yeah.
They can't carry Kiryu on forward with Lad 9, but we also have the question of what the hell is Lad 9? Like, there's so many people like, what's going to happen with Ichi? And like, I agree with this, because like there is a big question mark on, do they even want to keep using Ichi? Like, the guy is getting old. If it is 4 years between every mainline game, that guy is going to get old real fast. Like, I am not at the point of mass panic at the minute, because and I guess this is the question for the both of you, and it's going to be quite a long leading question, so I apologize about this.
It's okay.
And it's also a question for the people watching or listening to this to also respond in the comments about how they feel about this. How do you feel going into Stranger Than Heaven? Because, and I'm going to preface this because it's a very, very going to be a long-winded bit. With Stranger Than Heaven, we have the assumption that it's going to be the A team. So let's go on that assumption that it's going to be the A team. The people that usually do the mainline games, so your 6s, your next number, your 8s, like I hope you like how I avoided that. You basically have, the main team that is going to be working on those. So full quality, not the, kind of standards of slipped quality of K3, for example, or, Laddish, etc. Like, going into Stranger Than Heaven, for me personally, I still have quite high hopes that they can still, quotation marks, bring this back, turn this around, because, new project, theoretically no relation to Yakuza, but we all know it will be, like, just brand new slate, completely, completely don't have to worry about, previous baggage, etc. What worries me is post Stranger Than Heaven, because outside of Virtua Fighter 6, which I'm very excited for that, we have no idea what RGG is working on.
Yeah.
We know that in 2 years, it should be Lad 9.
Yeah.
So for me, the fear point is the next summit, because that should be where we learn about Lad 9. And if Lad 9 is not Itchy's game, and it's not a solo Itchy game, that's where I start getting worried. Because I don't think they know what to do with Itchy. And the problem is, and for me, I know this is long than I've just said the question like 20 minutes ago. For me, a lot of this would be alleviated if they made a side spin-off game with Itchy as an action game. And I know that goes against their ethos of Itchy has to be the turn-based games, but you are not making a small turn-based game in between your big releases. So my whole thought process is, they say Itchy doesn't sell. They say Itchy isn't popular. You have to use your fucking character. Like, the guy has been in 2 games, half of which got taken by the previous protagonist, in arguably better written stuff in his half. So for me, one of the solutions is a side action game with Itchy. But it all comes after Stranger Than Heaven. So to kind of wrap it back around to my original question is, how do you feel about Stranger Than Heaven after K3? Are you more worried? Do you think that they are still going to, get with the source, release a really, really good game, etc.? Are you still excited? Are you a bit more apprehensive, etc.? There you go. I'm done.
Would you...
Sorry.
It's okay. Would you be okay with me answering first, Gokudoni?
Go nuts.
Okay, well... Something that I feel like has been discussed fairly commonly in the past couple of years, maybe past year, in the community is that RGG is really good at origin stories. Judgment, Yakuza 1, Korohyo 1. Gokudoni has a solid video on this, by the way. If you guys want something to watch, check it out. So I think Stranger Than Heaven has the potential to be pretty solid. I'm still like kind of cautiously optimistic about it. Like, it could be great, it could be not great. Like, time will tell. Again, if it's gonna be about the Daitoji, I feel like that alone is gonna put a damper on everyone's excitement to an extent. Like, that one thing alone can can make or break the game for many people, I feel like, at this point.
Like, just to interject real quick, it's so wild we've had 2 trailers and we know nothing about the game.
Yes,
exactly.
That is true. Yeah. As for the Ichiban stuff, funnily enough, like the whole meme of him being the pre-order guy and all that, like, I memed on it as well. Like, it's kind of funny. But at the same time, you do have Kiryu, Majima, Saejima also being relegated to that in some of the games. And unfortunately, Ichiban, for better or worse, is kind of relegated to the mainline games right now. So 7 and 8, and anything in between those, they get to do basically action games. Like, we saw Lost Judgment, for example, between 7 and 8, I think it was. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was.
And then the remakes or the Gaiden games, they also come in between. And if you guys remember, when 7 came out, there was this huge fuss, like, oh my god, who the fuck is this new guy? We don't want him, we want Kiryu. We don't like turn-based, we want, like, action combat. So I feel like we're still seeing the effects of that feedback right now, at least when it comes to getting, smaller packaged games in between the mainline ones. But it doesn't have to be executed the way it is. So like Fruipset, for example, maybe they could make like a fun Ichiban spin-off. But maybe they're still also feeling the effects of people wanting Kiryu, and that's why they're still like very strongly using Kiryu. Like, I don't know. I feel like the demand for Kiryu, well, kind of feels weird saying this, but like the craze maybe might be more accurate. The craze around Kiryu that was around 7 is kind of really toned down now, so they can get away with making an action Ichiban game. I would be open to it. Like, why not? Yeah, but you can say what you want to say, Gokudani.
Well, I agree with everything that was brought up here. I also think that an action Ichiban game could have done wonders, because he obviously does have a, let's say, an affinity, to put it very lightly, towards Dragon Quest and turn-based, but he was also a Yakuza. They could have gone the route of, for example, if we're talking alternate continuity, why not make an action game based on the RGG Online narrative, which is the core narrative, one of the two that is present in the gacha system, where you show a different side to Ichiban. If you're going the route of, well, is it going to be consistent with the one that we have? Just market it as an alternate continuity that's dark and gritty and all that.
Yeah.
But going back to specifically Stranger Than Heaven, this is very tinfoil hat, but I maintain that that Stranger is the reason why we're currently in the state that we are, and not just in the case of the A team being indisposed. If you look at the past, let's say post Nagoshi's exit, the last 6 games, if you count K3 and Dark Ties to be self-sufficient things, apart from Infinite, every other game was a budget release. So Ishin Kiwami, which admittedly had a different logic to its development because it predominantly used the same assets. Gaiden, which was its own thing, Pirate, which was its own thing, and now K3 and Dark Ties. I genuinely believe that they thought they would be done with Stranger Than Heaven much sooner, but management or whoever else expected them to have more Yakuza releases on a yearly basis. They didn't know what to do, so they keep starting from scratch. In the older games, you used to have this whole deal where you would imagine that they plan ahead, so they would build on what was present before. But over here, you look at it, we have a Gaiden game with Kiryu, we're building off systems that weren't introduced in LJ, but in Kiwami too. And then we don't have another Kiryu game in a couple of games, which doesn't even continue the evolutionary cycle of it. A lot of this feels like it's last-minute decisions to make these self-sufficient projects until Stranger is done. Now, I'm not sure how that reflects on the actual story beats. I'm still, despite everything, positive over Stranger Than Heaven, even if it does somehow relate to the Daidoji. Because the origin stories, again, as we've spoken about, they are positive. When they're unshackled by everything else that they built in the franchise, they know how to write compelling characters and settings. And this is a very unique one for them that we've yet to see them experiment with. So the actual story aspect of it, I think is going to be good, even if it may be a bit complex to work around due to the time skips. But the gameplay is what I'm worried about, because it does show off to be a deviation, let's just put it that way. And if gameplay deviations are something that they fear, then going back to the beat 'em up roots with a budget type approach clearly wasn't doing them any favors. Back in the day, it was just, properly budgeted JRPG, properly budgeted mainline, or sorry, properly budgeted beat 'em up game. That's how we got, Zero to Judgment to the Infinite, or rather, we also had LJ and then Infinite. You get the idea. Now they're stretching themselves too thin. It could be mainly due to Stranger. It could be Virtual Fighter. They have more people than ever, but they clearly haven't spent enough time to educate them on how to do the systems that click with the most amount of people. I might just be chatting out of my ass here, but I still think Stranger is going to be good. But the question is it going to be good enough to mitigate everything that we've had to live through up until this point? It's the same thing with Lad 9, if there even is a Like a Dragon 9. Because at this point, I'm actually worried that they think a 9th numbered entry wasn't going to sell, so they're just going to restart the series with smaller numbers to make it easier.
No.
I feel like Lad 9 will exist because they made a very big deal about how quickly it sold 1 million copies. They were very happy.
Fair enough.
True.
Fair enough.
They were extremely happy with it. So I feel like it will happen. I was gonna ask 2 questions there actually, and I've forgotten the other one. So I'll go with the nice and simple one for the both of you. Would you be happy if RGG did not release a game for over a year and took a break and focus?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Like it's a
Hell yeah.
no-brainer. Just please take the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Like,
I mean,
it's not just.
they're seeing diminishing. Yeah, go.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I don't even know if it's gonna matter in the grand scheme of things, because they might still be overworking themselves in some areas, but I don't know, like, maybe it could be nice peace of mind knowing that they're not just actively pushing something out at the moment. But who's to say?
Yeah.
It's diminishing returns. It's just that. Like, I'm not sure what the final drop off in terms of sales is going to be for K3, but even if you look at just the general reception and the Metacritic and everything, we have been on a, steadily going downward. And this is coming from someone who is still exceptionally positive over every modern RGG game barred this release. I still praise Pirate Yakuza more than an average user on the internet. I will still praise Gaiden to death for everything that it does. But this right here, even if you are someone who is positive and gives benefit of the doubt, this is a problematic stage that we need to overcome. We can't just say, oh, the people who are criticizing this release are fake fans, because you see people who have been with the series for over a decade, maybe even decades, because we've reached past the 20th anniversary. They are calling this out for legitimate reasons. Issues like the casting, issues like the lack of the, fleshing
Lack of
out.
communication in general.
Thank you. These are things that need to be addressed. This is not just, because I've seen, and I hate the fact that this has happened on YouTube, people who previously had no semblance of commentary towards Yakuza jumping on the bandwagon that the series is done or whatever. With all due respect to, this doesn't apply to everyone, but the ones that are going the clickbaity route, with all due respect, fuck the ever-loving fuck off. I'm sorry about the phrasing, but dear God, you don't know who you are, you don't know this community, fuck right off. Again,
we
not
call
applying
them,
to everyone.
We call them tourists.
Mhm.
And it makes sense why that's used. And like the thing that I want to say in regards to that, and this is something that we haven't really spoken much about, Remove Kagawa. And it's something that we're all very passionate about. We're all very much on the side of Remove Kagawa. Obviously, it never happened. But
Yeah.
when the demo came out, there were a couple of streamers that were sponsored to actually play the game, to play the demo. One of them was Maximilian, big FGC guy. To put into context, he is not going to Evo because Evo is now fully backed by Saudi ownership and Saudi money. So Max himself has pretty big, thoughts and feelings when it comes to, a lot of like political stuff and a lot of like, obviously like, social stuff. Max is not into the Yakuza games. It's something that we all feel like he probably would be because there's a little bit of crossover, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is that when Max started the sponsorship for the demo, there was a lot of bad blood going towards Max for doing this because of obviously Kagawa being in the game. Now, the Remove Kagawa movement, the hashtag Remove Kagawa movement, the way that they do things, and this is what I really liked about them and the way they do it, is that they are very informative about it. They understand, not everyone is as deep into the series as we are, so they actually make, these YouTube videos and these quotes that they put on social media as ways of educating people. Now, when that was happening, and when Max was playing the demo, there was a whole bunch of people that all of a sudden were starting to snipe at anybody who was playing K3, and especially it was obvious with Max. So I think that there were a lot of, I think Leon said it best before, like kind of bots. I use the term, right-wing grifter shitheads, where a lot of people were jumping into the Remove Kagawa hashtag and just kind of, using that as a way to kind of snipe at the series at last because they found this thing that, we've been, praising for years of being massively progressive, etc. They found a way to finally have something to, genuinely snipe at the series for good reason, but they're twisting it in a way to not use it as good reason. And what you said just reminds me very much of that, of just these tourists just jumping in and, sniping at the game for, reasons that they just don't give a shit about.
It's hilarious.
And this is...
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, this is the biggest but. There are a lot of people that are unhappy with RGG. And it's going to lead me into like a slight question again for both of you and also towards the community of this big but is because there is never any smoke without fire. And if you look past the chuddy shitheads that have jumped in with all of this, like Okadoni has said, like all these tourists that have jumped in to kind of slander the game, to slander the series and to try and find like little nitpicks and things to do, and to unfairly use the remove Kagawa hashtag to exemplify their reasoning to use that. When you look at the community, when you look at the people that played these games from the very beginning, all of us who have these very, very big reasons as to why they dislike K3, be it, a sex pest in Hamazaki's role, be it sub-story changes and stuff like that, be it gameplay changes, or be it changes to the story. All of these reasons are very important. And the reason why we are so, kind of, quite angry about this, or, very passionate about this, is because of the fact that we know and we want RGG to do better. There is fire here. There are people that are legitimately upset for extremely valid reasons. And the reason that we are like this is because we want RGG to do better in the future. And this leads into my question towards the both of you and to anyone watching this. Do you feel like RGG has used up all, if not most, of their goodwill in the past year or two?
Ooh. Before I answer that, can I just say it's
Yes,
funny
go
that
ahead.
it's funny that you mentioned the tourists, because they're the same people that were mauling that Psycho got called an independent woman in Infinite Wealth.
Yeah.
It's always the same.
Yeah.
You can readily tell when someone, because with the videos, you can tell when someone has legitimate criticism, not to be all drama bait or whatever.
Yeah.
By the way that they communicate it. If you have that much of a clickbaity thumbnail and title, like I get it's a volatile the fucking algorithm or whatever, but if you communicate in a scripted video like a madman, no one's gonna give a shit. And here we are talking off the cuff, so you can tell that this
Yeah.
isn't just coming from a different place. Sorry, go on, Leon.
Yeah, I just want to also clarify. I hope that doesn't like sound like me dismissing like the genuine feelings of the community, because like I was trying to say,
Yeah.
Oh,
the
I get
reasons
you.
why people are mad at this and mad at RGG are very valid.
Mhm.
Extremely
Exactly.
valid.
Mhm.
Like it is important to voice those as well. So yeah, sorry, Leon.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you were asking about the goodwill thing, right?
Yeah, if RGG has used up all their goodwill, or like most of their goodwill that they built up over like years and years and years since
It's
the kind of revival since Yakuza 5, because I know you were around at that point.
I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of this really goes back to just the insane lack of communication. Like there's nothing. Like whether people have a problem again with the Kagawa casting, whether they have a problem with just how botched K3 is, like all these different things that are happening at the same time, and just culminating in like this dumpster fire, and just we hear like nothing about, like, no acknowledgements, nothing whatsoever. Oh, maybe you're gonna hear like some acknowledgement about this one subtitle error, and then, oh, don't worry guys, we're gonna fix it. Like when you have a situation like this, it's hard to kind of take like the posts from RGG Studio seriously. Like you want to, but it's like, man, you guys are kind of not helping. Like, I don't know where
Just
to go with
interject there.
Yeah.
Like I can't remember who it was. Was it Horii on Twitter who was like, the people who are
That's-
rightfully mad with the remove Kagawa stuff and calling them, idiots and spammers. You can't do that. It's very legitimate
Exactly.
criticism. Like,
Not only that, but then when the interview came out about why he picked Kagawa, like, oh, this guy,
God.
this guy's, you can tell he's a creep. Yeah, no shit, bro.
Yeah, like he's obviously talking about his acting skill, but with the
Yeah.
context
Yep.
of what we know and what
Exactly.
we're angry about, it makes it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're not, to play a bit of devil's advocate, they are admittedly in a really bad state where, look, I would understand it snapping at people if you're continuously met with a barrage of genuine negativity. But
Mhm.
then at the same time, as both of you have pointed out, yeah, there are some people that will take it too far, that will be just morons for the hell of it.
Yes.
But that shouldn't overshadow genuine concerns. Again, the way that you're communicating your concerns, if you're being level-headed about this, if you're genuinely just asking them for an answer, a proper back and forth, then there is nothing to be said about this supposedly being spam or hate or whatever. The whole point of this is that we don't know where we are, and we don't know what the reasons that have led us here are. Why Hamazaki was cast, why certain parts of it were overlooked. Maybe Aqua had something to do with it. This was also brought up in with regards to it. And I genuinely don't know where we are at this point. because I've followed the community for a while before I became an active member of this, and I've already said that prior to K3, we were at our lowest point. This is worse. Like, it's not the standard hyperbole of like, oh, it's the worst thing because it's here. No, compare it to the Dead Souls deal, compare it to the absence of Yakuza 5, compare it to the cut content of Yakuza 3 back in the day. This is just worse. The mental health of our entire community is not going well. And I can't imagine that the people working on the series, either in a PR sense or whatever, I can't imagine their days are going any better. And I feel for them because there's bound to be people that think all of this is bullshit and can't speak up on it in a meaningful way, either because of, the law obligations or whatever the hell. Just, I sincerely hope we bounce back from this. Like, I'm not giving up on the series. It's helped me through far too much in my life. I wouldn't be here without this series. Not talking about, symbolism or whatever, just genuinely. So connected as you will. So, fuck. I know they can do better. I hope that they found their way back to what made them so amazing to begin with.
I have actually one thing to add about all of this. You guys might remember hearing about this. I think I actually mentioned it in the video that I made about Nagoshi, but this is apparently a policy that they've had for a while where they try not to take too much feedback from players. And fair enough, you might have like a certain vision about how to make a game.
Yeah.
But I feel like there are certain aspects where you really want to like see what the players think. Again, this goes back as far as when Nagoshi was around. Apparently, he didn't like to take too much feedback from people because, according to him, something along the words of, he wants to make his own game so that, if his ideas get criticized, then he knows that he can improve upon, those mistakes. And that's an admirable mindset to have. But at the same time, I sometimes wonder, this mindset probably still carries over to current RGG studio, where you can clearly tell that some things improve, but then they go back like 5 steps. And I'm not just talking about K3, I'm talking about in general. Like, you see this in multiple games, and like, I don't know if they even look at Western feedback as much as they do in Japanese feedback. So I just kind of feel like we're stuck in this like limbo of, like, we can talk about feedback all we want, but sometimes I don't even know if it makes a difference, to be honest. It's unfortunate.
I mean, it will, because sales talk, even if from a creative level you don't want to take it into account, they're going to notice that the sales aren't as they should have been. So, from a business standpoint, at least.
Yeah, one can hope, at least.
This just comes from a place of us knowing that RGG can and want RGG to do better. Like, just
exactly.
that's what everybody wants. We love this series. It's why we're so passionate about it, and it's why we talk so much about this, and why it's important to all of us, and not obviously just us three speaking into a microphone. Like, obviously everyone in the community as well. Like,
I think this is actually a pretty good point to kind of wrap things up with K3.
Yeah.
So I just want to move on to. Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say this is kind of going back to what we were saying earlier of just, we actually still like K3. We'll
that's the weird thing about it. Yeah.
It as negative as we are. Fuck Bushes.
Thank you so much,
George W. Bush. Fuck all the Bushes,
bro. I saw a George Bush meme on the Reddit. I think it was. It was pretty funny.
Rubber bushes mean you can't escape them.
God. I don't know how I avoided all those spoilers, to be honest.
I was gonna say, like, the whole Bush thing, I unfortunately knew something was gonna happen because of all like the browsing that I did.
I knew something would happen. Like, again, to remind folks, yes, we were actually sponsored to play this game. No, we were not paid to play this game. And you can probably tell that we were also allowed to talk about what we want to talk about with how much we've just gone over this. But
yeah, there's no censorship. Exactly.
Yeah. When we got the review creator pack, and there was that thing of just, hey, before the embargo, please don't, stream after the final fight against Mine. I knew in my head, putting 2 and 2 together, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Something's happening.
Yeah. Well, all things considered, just to, summarize things, I'm just going to, quickly list some of the stuff that I wrote down. Just to, summarize the pros and cons. I wrote some stuff. If you guys have anything to add, feel free to, but I'm just going to go ahead and list some of the pros of K3. 1, combat feels decent, starting out with the speed and maneuverability. 2, a couple of really good upgrade ideas, like enhancing durability of picked up weapons. 3, phone charm system meshes really well with the Yakuza 3, because, you know, flip phones and all that, though could have used Mac, but anyway. Number 4, a couple of decent remixes like Pure Malice, personally for me. Number 5, some story additions were pretty good. There might be a couple of things, but for the time being, this is what I wrote down. So anyway, moving to the cons. I'm going to try not to go too hard on this one, but first of all, trimming down sub-stories tremendously in the name of quality over quantity, when you still have quantity sub-stories, and it kind of feels deceptive. 2, removal of the equipment system. 3, the upgrade system is a downgrade. 4, removal of some of the most iconic NPCs and sub-stories of Yakuza 3 has you questioning who this remake is for sometimes. Number 5, the game is a little too Gaiden-coded with the dual upgrade currencies and the kind of padding where you need to progress in side stories to progress the main story. Number 6, and on that topic, taking out Orphanage filler to replace it with Biker and Dojo filler just feels weird. Number 7, coin lockers felt disappointing. Again, for the reasons we said before, phone stickers, clothing items, could have been other stuff. Number 8, the obvious ending changes where Mine lives. Daidoji this, Daidoji that, possibly different timeline. Number 9, last but not least, the weird insistence on using Kagawa for Hamazaki. Like, you guys know you can get an actor who's good at playing that role without actually being it, right? And that's all she said. Do you guys have anything else to add to the cons or pros?
That's perfect from me.
Genuinely, yeah. Holy hell.
All right. Well, I'm just going to ask one final question. So, like, try to be brief with this because we are, like, at 4 hours and a half right now. But describe your ideal Kiwami 3. Let's start with Froob.
Not this.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can live with that. Gokudori, same thing, I assume.
Basically, just fill in the blanks. Bring in what was in the original, but fill in the blanks. You already showed stuff like that with, you know, the added Nishikiyama family stuff with Trines or whatever. You already know that people who love this game love this game. The one thing that was enough was probably some combat tweaks, and that's about it. So just basically just I would prefer an Ishin Kiwami thing over this, just with extra cutscenes.
Yeah, agreed. The removal of content does not necessarily make it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Makes it worse.
Again, I don't mind if they were to like cut a few things here and there, like some of the sub stories that, you know, you could argue they could do without.
Yeah.
But just some of the most iconic stuff, like what makes Yakuza 3 Yakuza 3. Like, it's sad that that's gone. Like,
Murder at Cafe Alps, etc. Yeah, it's like again, just removing the orphanage stuff from the main story leaves you less of a reason to care about the orphanage, and that's one of the big things about the original Yakuza 3.
Yeah,
like the way that I describe the Yakuza 3 is it's the Yakuza game where you get to see the most human Kiryu. This you don't.
Definitely. Yeah. Now, if I ask you guys if you could give the game a rating out of 10, would you be able to do that, or would you rather we skip that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a yes out of 10?
It'd be a Daidoji out of 10 actually. For me, it would probably be somewhere between a 6 and a Yakuza Like a Dragon, where I do genuinely really like. I'm avoiding it. I really do like. It's because I saw the clip of Leon. I'm not falling in that trap. I do genuinely like the gameplay of this game. I do like the orphanage side content. I think that's what I wanted from a K3. But I'm not recommending it over the original. And I also just lament all the lacking stuff. So probably closer to a 6, but you know, distilled down to gameplay, probably a bit higher. Honestly, it just sucks.
Yeah. What about you, Gokudori?
Bush out of 10. God, just I mean, think of it this way. Up until this point, K2 was my least favorite game. Emphasis on least favorite because I don't despise the game. I still think it's good.
Yeah.
At this point, K3 without Dark Ties is tied with K2. And you would imagine, how the hell can it be tied considering all the rants that you've had towards K3? K2 to me is just a downgrade in almost every conceivable way. K3 has massive downgrades, but it also has some substantial improvements as someone who really loved OG Yakuza 3 and still does. So I'm not sure where it is, but it is near the bottom, if not at the very bottom. And I hate that I have to say it.
That's absolutely fair, man. I think for me personally, probably would be something similar to what Farouk said. Probably like a 6 or 6.5 out of 10 if I had to give it a number. Because again, you do have some genuinely, like fun gameplay, but it's just a shame that it's plagued by a lot of the things that we talked about. And yeah, I think overall, I would definitely recommend experiencing the original because it's not the same experience. And yeah, that's Kiwami 3, fellas. Should we just call it here?
Yeah. So we will do a podcast about Dark Ties, and I can promise you this: we're probably actually going to be a lot more positive about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so happy that we didn't do Dark Ties first and then end on this, and then a couple of months of not talking. Like, it would have left such a sour taste.
Definitely.
But the fact that you can complete Dark Ties in literally less than 40 minutes, I think, is our speedrun record at the minute. We're probably going to talk about it for like a good 2 hours because I really like Dark Ties a lot.
Yeah, Dark Ties was pretty solid. I need to go back to it because I finished the story. Haven't done too much side stuff, but I'll hopefully try to do that between now and the next time we sit down for that.
And unironically, unlike K3, I actually think they do the side story stuff pretty well in Dark Ties.
Nice.
Yes, they
That's
do.
Good to hear.
Quality over quantity. There's 13 of them, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Funny that, isn't it?
Well, I'm going to be looking forward to that. But for the time being, fellas, I just want to say thank you so much, Gokudoni and Fru, for tuning in. It was a blast sitting for 4 hours and a half talking about probably one of the most disastrous Yakuza releases.
It's probably going to be the most controversial for a long time. I never thought we'd have a more controversial release than Yakuza Dead Souls, but here we are. And it goes back to, again, like being in the community at the time when Dead Souls came out and the sheer wave of negativity to the now of K3. And the Dead Souls negativity was because people just did not want Dead Souls. But for K3, it's because people want RGG to do better. Like,
in multiple ways.
Yeah, it's different, and it's a thing.
It's exhausting as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be it. Dear viewers, thank you so much for tuning into this episode. And look forward to the Dark Ties episode where hopefully Snow East is going to be around. Oh yeah, he's on the screen, isn't he? But don't worry
we're going to
that.
leave it here. By the way, before anyone thinks that we snubbed him or whatever, it was literally his suggestion to leave this actual design of the screen as it is because meta commentary.
Don't worry, it's going to make sense when you get to this bit. Go on.
We're pretty confident Snow East hasn't actually done K3, and that's probably for the best. But Snow East has done DT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he probably will make an appearance for that.
All three of them did DT first. I saw the title screen that said the sports for the ending of K3, and that scared me off somehow.
I mean, understand. I think the rest of us were spoiled on the contents. It's just that I went into denial mode and I went, no, there's no way they'll do that.
All right, dear viewers, you guys take care. Have a good one, and we'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye now. Yakuza Kiwami 3 for... Oh, whoops, already messing up the reading. Hold on.
This will be the bloopers, don't worry.
It's the hardest part about doing any recorded video is just you have a script, you start reading the script, and your eyes read something different.
Yes.